Live NASCAR Xfinity Series live commentary, live race coverage from Atlanta for the Focus Health 250 at Echo Park Speedway for this night's running of the Summer Atlanta race for the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Currently under a lightning hold, getting things started at our normal scheduled time here. Currently, CW Sports is interviewing drivers in the infield, media center area of the racetrack indoors. No rain has hit the racetrack at this moment, so it's still a complete dry track. We had a lightning hold during the Xfinity Series qualifying session earlier, which eliminated their second round. No second round qualifying for the Cup Series because of that delay, and then there was another lightning delay during Cup qualifying, which ended up taking place moments ago. That actually just wrapped up about 45 minutes ago or so. And now we have a delay for the Xfinity Series race, which I kind of wondered that we were going to have with how late Cup qualifying went anyway. And it sounds like with more thunderstorms in the area, and again, lightning within that 8-mile radius of the racetrack again, it has halted things for the moment. But we are still live right here on the channel as originally scheduled. And we'll try to bypass the time the best way possible, which we're going to have some NASCAR trivia in here and hopefully some other NASCAR content as well. Appreciate everybody tuning in here on this Friday evening as we are starting things off tonight. Second live commentary stream out of 4 this weekend. We'll have a doubleheader tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern for the Craftsman Truck Series race and at 6:30 p.m. Eastern for the NASCAR Cup Series race at Atlanta. The Truck Series will be at Lime Rock Park. Xfinity Series obviously taking place here at Atlanta with the Cup side, so standalone event for the trucks only for their race in Lime Rock. And that will be taking place there in the state of Connecticut. And I believe it's that state's first NASCAR race in the top 3 series. And obviously the first one at Lime Rock Park. So that'll be a little fun racetrack, fun short road course. Almost said a short track. A short road course for today. Or tomorrow, excuse me. They did have practice of qualifying today, but the race will be taking place tomorrow. As far as the CW Sports goes, I did put a pin up in the chat that I do not have audio for the second consecutive week. I gotta get NASCAR.com up here. Didn't realize I didn't have that webpage closed. Or I had it closed. I didn't have it open. There we go. I can get the live leaderboard going. And the raw feed. With the lightning hold as of right now, covers are on the race cars. And it does look like there is some precipitation starting at the racetrack for the moment, which is why the covers are on the cars under the lightning delay. So it does seem like storms are more in the vicinity now than what they were for qualifying last hour. Bam Hall. Steve, thanks for tuning in. Michael Turner, Bond 1771, Tim Fowler, Billy Kramer, Ricky Atkins, Wade, thanks for tuning in, everybody. There are about 40 people in the chat right now, early going of the stream, just minutes in. To bypass the rain delays or weather delays on the NASCAR schedule, not only this season, but we were doing this last season as well. On these live commentary streams, we do some NASCAR trivia. So I'll be doing that for you. Sometimes I play a little bit of the broadcast too on the commentary side of things. They tend to interview a lot of drivers during these kinds of lowdown times, I guess, for the TV side of things. But I don't have any audio for CW Sports again for the second consecutive week. So it's on me for your full entertainment 100% of the way through this rain delay here today at Atlanta. With the precipitation just starting at the racetrack, it does make things a little interesting. If for whatever reason they can't get the race in tonight, I have no clue what time they're going to run this race tomorrow, because the Cup race is at night. The truck race is during the day at 1 p.m. Eastern in Lime Rock Park. So maybe they start the Xfinity Series at like 3:30 or something in the afternoon before the Cup race. I'm not really sure how that's going to look. If for some reason tonight's race is a wash, then we may have a triple header tomorrow on the channel with Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series race. Unless they move the Xfinity race to Sunday. I know the truck race obviously not at the same racetrack. So, theoretically speaking, they could end up having the races at the same time. I don't think they're going to do that logistically speaking. I don't think, CW is going to try to uh, be any sort of competition with Fox for the race tomorrow, especially with the race being on Big Fox. I feel like that would hurt CW's ratings for the Xfinity Series. I don't think NASCAR wants to put two of their sanctioned races on at the same exact time either. There was a race I can remember, the Xfinity Series. I think they were in Portland when the Truck Series was in St. Louis, and the Truck Series had a rain delay at the start of the race, and then they got started. And the Xfinity race ended up starting later, but they had to get the race in because there was no lights, obviously, in Portland. So by the time the truck race got over with, I think they were pretty much getting into the final stage of the Xfinity race. Because I can remember doing both streams on the same day. We only had for what the final stage was, 20 laps of the Xfinity Series race live on the channel. So maybe we see an instance like that, I guess, tomorrow. NASCAR is going to do everything they can not have that happen. And again, that is if we don't race today. The rain at the racetrack right now is very light for the time being. They haven't lost the racetrack by any means, but with the lightning hold, there's not really a lot that these teams can do. We're not going to really have any racing going forward anyway. Now I have an issue where it says this channel is temporarily unavailable. Okay, let me log out, log back in again. What's going on here? Oh no. Currently experiencing issues. Are working to restore the channel. I just lost the CW. Let me go to a different channel. Just make sure it's... Yeah, it's not Hulu. I've lost CW. Well, the good news is that they're in a lightning delay right now. I don't know if this has anything to do with the audio not working again. Probably not. Maybe it has something to do with the storms in the area of Hampton, Georgia. Oh, there we go. Now it's back up and running again. You're interviewing Justin Allgaier. I just unmuted it, but you can't hear anything. It's just air. He's talking. I can promise you that. But I got nothing. All right, so for this weekend's NASCAR quiz, I figure with it being the Xfinity Series, we're going to try to run back every NASCAR Xfinity Series race winner. 15 minutes to try to name all 179 drivers who have ever won a NASCAR Xfinity Series sanctioned race. That would be under the Nationwide, the Busch Series, the Busch Grand National Series, so on and so forth. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. You guys can play along in the chat, try to help me out. And we'll see how many of these we can get. We did do this quiz earlier in the season. We actually just ran the Truck Series quiz back last week, and I think I actually did worse the second time than what I did the first time with the Truck quiz. Hopefully, the Xfinity Series quiz goes a little bit more smooth. But 15 minutes is not a lot of time, because we usually get 20 minutes for these quizzes. I'm actually going to back out to see if there is a 20-minute quiz, just to make sure. Let's go, NASCAR. Whoa. A U.S. Bank ad. Let's see here. NASCAR Xfinity Series full time. No, not full time. Let's go. NASCAR Xfinity Series winners. This one's only 10 minutes. It's even less time. I was hoping they would give us 20, like they usually do for these kinds of quizzes, but I think 15 minutes is all we're going to get. And per track. Let's see, NASCAR Xfinity Series winners. This one's 18 minutes. It was, okay, so, well, we got 3 extra minutes. Okay, so it looks like 18 minutes. Better than 15. I'll take the extra 3 minutes. That could be quite a few more names. Now let's do this together. Anybody who's ever won a NASCAR Xfinity Series race in history. We got to start off with the Busch brothers, particularly Kyle Busch, obviously the most winningest driver. Second all-time on that list is Mark Martin. I know Sam Ard is towards the top. Dale Earnhardt Jr. is towards the top. Justin Allgaier is actually in the top 10 now. Denny Hamlin has quite a few. Carl Edwards has quite a few. Keselowski is up there on the list. Kenseth is up there on the list. Joey Logano's got a lot. I'll put Tony Stewart, but I don't think he's up in the top dozen or so. No, he's not. Randy LaJoy is up there. 15. Bouchard, right? No, that's way before his time. I don't know what I was thinking there. All right. I lost the mic again. On stream? Or are you just talking about for the CW? I think the mic's fine on stream. Thinking there. Yeah. Yeah, the mic's fine on stream. You get that might have been a comment I didn't look at until just now. All right, let's resume. False alarm. All right, who else? Larson. Byron's had quite a few in the short time. Well, I guess he only had 5. Christopher Bell's got a lot. Okay, he's got 19. Maybe that's who I was thinking of. Cole Custer, he's got quite a few. Reddick is a 2-time champ. Stenhouse is a former champ. Austin Dillon, and that'll give us Ty Dillon as well. Ryan Vickers, former champ. Harvick has a lot of wins. Yeah, he's third all time. Larry Pearson's got quite a few. Morgan Shepherd's got 15 of them. Ryan Newman, how many does he have? 7. The Labontes. The Burtons. It's going to give us Jeb Ward and Harrison. And Jeff. They gave us 4 of them. Allison. Yeah, McDowell's on the list too. I'm trying to think of guys who have won a lot of them first. Allmendinger. He's won quite a few. Elliott Sadler won a lot. We're going to get Hermie Sadler on there too. Chase Elliott, former champ, so I'll put him on here. I got Custer. And Ty Gibbs won a ton. The short time he was there. Cindric is a former champ. He's got 13 wins. Briscoe had, 9 in one season? I do have Sam Art already. $31. Who's that 31 spot? Wallace, Mike, Kenny, Bubba. Yeah, that 31's bothering me that I didn't put another big name in there at this point. Biffle. He's got quite a few, 20. Boyer had a lot. All right, I think I should start spreading the wealth here now. Casey Mears, Casey Kane, Scott Riggs, Jeremy Mayfield. I don't think he's on here. Yeah, I thought I remembered him not being on here the last time. Sterling Marlin, he's on here. Jamie McMurray, he's on here. Kligerman never won one. Cross start finish line first a couple times, but yeah, he didn't win one. Bodine has quite a few. Todd Bodine's on here. That's going to give us Jeff and Brett. Sauter. Jay, Johnny, Bobby Hamilton Jr., and I think Senior might be on here too. Johnny Benson on here? Sure is. He's got 3 of them. Tony Raines. is not on here. What about J.J. Yaley? No. Jason Leffler, it definitely is on the list. Stacey Compton. Compton's not on here? All right. Casey Atwood is. And all the Caseys. Justin Haley. Daniel Suarez, another former champ. Ross Chastain. Van Gisbergen. Just going more active Cup guys I haven't named yet. David Gilliland's on here, but Todd Gilliland isn't. David Reagan is on here. Trevor Bain. Now I'm just jumping all over the place. Wyatt Snyder. DiBenedetto hasn't won one. Josh Berry. Noah Gregson. Sammy Smith. Chandler Smith's going to be on there too. What about... Oh, Jimmy Johnson's got one. Jeff Gordon had quite a few wins in the short time. Well, 5, okay. Kenny Irwin? No, he's not on here. Ernie Irvin is, though. Harry Gant's going to be on here. He has 21. Okay, that's a lot more. Waltrip. Yep. Kenny Schrader. Of course, 2. Jimmy Spencer. He's on here. Reed Sorensen. PK on a road course. With that logic, we'll put Montoya, Ambrose, Forrest Said, Ron Fellows, and I don't think Pappas had one. No, he did not have a win. All right. Paul Menard is going to be on the list. Blaney, Ryan, and Dave. Got Logano, Cindric, Keselowski already. Busher, former champ. James Busher is going to be on here with Chris Busher. Tyler Reddick. Did I put him yet? Yes, I did. Okay. Riley Herbst. Austin Hill. He's got 13 of them already. Jesse Love's got a couple. Sam Mayer's on here. Sieg has not won yet. Jeremy Clements has. Tommy Houston's got a lot. Yep. Thank you, chat. Tommy Ellis. That's another. Both the Tommies. Michael McDowell. Yep. Another active driver. Hocevar doesn't have one. And we got Justin Haley's. Nemechek, John Hunter, and Joe. Almirola this season has a win. Bowman ever win one? Yes, he's got one. And we got Larson already. I think. Yep. See Gibbs, we got Bell, Hamlin. Oh, Truex, former champ. Eric Jones. And I know that Buckshot Jones has some. We got 112. I've got the Walses, Gibbs. Yep, Jack Ingram, he's got a lot. There we go. That's the other one I was missing with the 31. Still somebody else with 16. Jeff Green, yep. And there's the 16. Yeah, Strummy hasn't won. Hornish. Hornish is on here. Scott Speed? No. Connor Zillich this season. Hornaday. Ron Hornaday Jr. I do have Jimmy Johnson already. I got Tony Stewart. See if there's any other names in the chat I might have not seen. Michael Annette. There we go. Dale Jarrett. Biffle Sadler seeing if I missed any of your guys' chats. No, I think I've got them all now. I do have Jesse Love. I've got the Grange, Jeff David, Kevin Grubb. No, he didn't win. All right. David Ruderman. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why I put that. Brett Moffitt hasn't won, has he? No. Stephen Light. If I could spell. Yeah, Stephen Light has a win. All right. I do have Johnny Benson already. Mike Skinner, I have not put yet. Jack Sprague, I have not put yet. Mike Bliss. David Starr? Nope. Got to be some active guys I haven't put yet. Got AJ, I've got the Dillons. Bush. Scott Wimmer. See the chat there. Miller. Butch Miller. Thinking Brandon Miller too. I think I got all the die cast. Justin Marks, yeah, he's got one. SVG already. Suarez. Feel like I'm missing some active guys. Mike McLaughlin. Gotta look this up. I'm bad with names. Well, I mean, you can look up spelling. Don't look up the answers. I have Tommy Ellis already. Yeah, don't look up the answers. Down to 5.5 minutes left already. Got a few guys with double digit wins I haven't named yet. Some other big guns from either yesteryear or currently that I haven't named. Tim Richmond on the list. Yep. Okay. Ricky Craven. Okay. Andretti? John Andretti ever? No. Won a cup, didn't win in the then Busch Series. Spencer Gallagher, yep. Talladega, that's right. We might have missed him on the last time we tried this. Now, BJ McLeod did not. Chad Little did. Musgrave? Musgrave did not. Terry Cook did. No, he did not. Okay, never mind. So Darnell's definitely not on here. Mustard, not on here. Rob Moroso. Brandon Brown, that's right. Got Harry Gann already, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Rick Mast on here at all? Yep. He's got 9. I got Vickers. Got Nemechek. Sheldon Creed hasn't won yet. I already put Suarez. I still feel like I'm missing some active drivers. Hemrick. Daniel Hemrick. I've got Jeff Bodine. I've got Dale Jr. Yeah, I think we've done better than the last one for sure. I got 138 of 179. Might not race tonight. Well, if they do end up postponing, I'll keep you updated. I've got Bob Pockris on standby on X. See, I tried Jimmy Spencer. We got 2.5 minutes yet. I got Moroso and Lindley. We got Sadler, Hermie, Elliott. We got Bubba Wallace. I'm pretty sure I have at least all the active Cup drivers. At least I hope. Gillen, Gregson. Eckes hasn't won yet, yeah. Crafton, for some reason, ever win one? Probably not. You know what? Drawing a blank. Golly. Don't do this to me. Arca. Bobby Gerhardt ever win one? I don't even know how to spell his name. I don't think I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna guess he hasn't. It's like, did he ever win like a Daytona race or something? That was only Arca. I was also Hank Parker, yeah. Hank Parker. Oh, Steve Park, we got with that. Well, that's good. Steve Grisham, yeah. There we go. We're clicking away some. Regan Smith. I think I've got Smith. Got the Smiths already. I got Clements. Corey Heim hasn't won. Jason Keller. I did not put him yet. It's one of those I probably meant to earlier and I didn't. We got him now. I've got Sam Mayer, Matt Kenseth, Brad Teague. No, something tells me you're looking up the answers, Wade. I don't know if you know who that is. He's the last guy on this list. Bone. Bound. I always forget him on these lists. We got 10 seconds. I know I've got more names than me if I had more time. We usually get 20 minutes for this. We didn't this time around. I got Newman. I got Gordon already. Jimmy Hensley, Robert Presley. Okay. Mike Alexander, Rob Bouchard, Brendan Gaughan, Bobby Hillin Jr., Kevin LePage. I always forget about Kevin LePage. Tim Fedewa. Dang it. Jeff Purvis. I usually get Fedewa on these kinds of Busch Series quizzes. Ryan Preece. Well, there's an active driver I was missing. I thought I had them all. I did not have Ryan Preece. I didn't get around to Ryan Reed yet. That's unfortunate. Elton Sawyer, I know we've had on these lists before. Dennis Setzer, okay, he had a couple. Dick Trickle, Ronnie Silver, Rick Wilson, Jamie Aubie, Ed Barrier, Neil Bonnet, Derek Cope, Jeff Fuller, Bobby Dotter, Bill Parsons. I think that's it. I think we got every. Oh no, hang on. Dick McCabe, Larry Pollard, Ricky Rudd. Oh gosh, how did I not circle around to Ricky Rudd? Joe Ruttman, Greg Sachs, combine their names together. Andy Santer, John Settlemeyer, Tracy Leslie. I mean, not bad. I mean, we got 144, 179. I could have had more. We usually have more time than what we had. So I'm not going to beat myself up too much. I thought I had all the active drivers. Apparently, I forgot Ryan Preece. It was the only active driver of both, well, really all three series that I didn't get on here. But yeah, all in all, not bad. 80%, average score 54%. Still on a lightning delay at the racetrack right now, and as the lightning delay continues on, we'll do another NASCAR trivia quiz. Try to help bypass the time. See if there's like a stats quiz. Stats for the 2000s, 2010s. NASCAR times 10. Name the NASCAR drivers who have finished in every position within the top 10 at least 10 times. Oh my gosh. That's I kind of want to try that just for the sake of trying that. That's such a diluted quiz. There can't be many names on here, right? 29. 5 minutes. Hey, I mean, let's try it. So it's every NASCAR driver who has finished in the top 10 at least 10 times. So I would assume this is all Cup. This was last updated in 2017, so that's tough. This isn't including recent years. But so that means that's going to eliminate a lot of active drivers because like Larson didn't have that many wins by 2017. Chase Elliott didn't break through to victory lane yet. Blaney only had one. Really, only the old guard is what I can think of. All right, so again, this second quiz, we only have 5 minutes, so we do have to rush around here on this quiz specifically. But NASCAR 10 times top 10 finishes. So again, specifically, it is can you name the NASCAR drivers who have finished in every position within the top 10? So that's first, second, all the way to 10th, 10 times. So they had to race for a really long time. They have to have at least 10 wins on the all time win list. So that kind of narrows it at least a bit. 29 drivers. Well, we know Richard Petty's definitely on here. Lee Petty's on there too. Okay. David Pearson. Pearson's not on here. See, okay, so he didn't run that many races. Ricky Rudd. He was in the Cup Series for a long time. There we go. Jeff Gordon. Kevin Harvick ran a ton of races. Denny Hamlin's probably on here now. Nope, Hamlin. Oh, it was updated in 2017. That's right. Kyle Busch is probably on. Nope, Kyle isn't. Kurt is. As of that time, Marlin ran for a long time. He had just 10 wins. Who else ran? Schrader, but he didn't have that many wins. No, Kenny Schrader didn't have that many wins. Earnhardt, Junior and Senior. There we go. Jimmy Johnson. There we go. Labonte, Terry specifically, but Bobby is also on here. Jeff Burton's ran a bunch of races. Ward's obviously not on the list, but he didn't have 10 wins. Herb Thomas, I mean, those guys ran a bunch of races back in the day, but he's not on here. Dale Jarrett, he's on here. Ned Jarrett is not. Okay. Lorenzen passed too soon, so I doubt he's on here. Yeah, okay. Fireball Roberts, probably not. Yeah. Didn't have that long time frame. Bobby Allison, Kelly Yarborough. There we go. Pearson wasn't on here. What about Ryan Newman? Carl Edwards? Probably not. He didn't run that long. Kenseth, he was around for a long time. There we go. Matt Kenseth, Greg Biffle? No. He wasn't really around that long. He only ran the Cup Series, 13 or 14 years? Let's see. Boyer had 10 wins, but he wasn't around that long. Tony Stewart won a bunch of races, so maybe he's on here. He's on here. Chase Elliott's not on here. Ernie Irvan, maybe. No. Harry Gant ran a long time. There we go. Yeah, 20 of 29. This is a tough quiz. Casey Kane, maybe. I mean, nope. It was worth a try. Golly. Got to get more names from the 70s. Rusty Wallace. There we go. Who else just ran for a really long time? I've got Jimmy Johnson already. Benny Parsons is not on the list. Tim Richmond is probably not on here. He didn't race for a very long time. I'll put Weatherly, but I don't think he's on here. Those guys in the 50s and 60s didn't race for very long. It's a tough quiz. Mark Martin. Oh my gosh, yeah, he's got to be on here. All right. Bill Elliott. Maybe that's what you meant by Elliott. I was thinking Chase. Why now Chase isn't on here? Bill Elliott is. Yeah. Thanks for clarifying in the chat. That would have been bad. Keselowski? Oh, probably because it was updated in 2017. So like Truex probably isn't on here either. This tough quiz. 30 seconds left. 23 of 29. Skinner never won in the Cup Series, so he's definitely not on here. I don't think McMurray won that many times. He wasn't around for, you know, that much longer than a decade. Montoya didn't win enough. Get stumped. John Andretti only won a couple races. Waltrip, did I not put him yet? Oh my gosh, yeah, I didn't put Darrell Waltrip yet. That would have been bad. All right, well, we got 24 29, 83%. Oh my gosh, I swear, I forget about the Bakers on these. It's always the same names. Like sometimes it's Jeff Bodine. I forget Neil Bonnet a lot. And then the Bakers, Buck and Buddy, are both on here. Jim Pascal is the other name that we missed. Not bad. Obviously above the average score, but I'll take that. It was definitely a tough quiz. I didn't realize that like Neil Bonnet raced for as long as he did. I know he was older when he retired, but well, he sadly passed away a little too soon. But I know he was older. But for some reason, it makes me think that like he just started his career later. All right, that was interesting. That was interesting. We got above the average score at least. Most third place finishes. Oh my gosh. 10th, 4th. Man, they got it for like all the top 10 positions. Active drivers, top 100 stat leaders all time. What does this mean? NASCAR active. Oh, so this is active drivers, top 100 stat. So this is probably top 10 for each category. Okay. I assume that that's what it means for. Okay, so this is active Cup drivers, and it says 2025 on here. So active drivers, 10 minutes. I mean, I should be able to get a perfect score on this, right? Because we could just roll through the gamut of every active driver, and we're going to end up getting this. See, that's where it seems a little too easy. Or does this include active drivers? Can you name NASCAR active full-time drivers? Top 100. Maybe this is just like last updated. No, this is like solely active. Okay. Yeah, we're going to breeze through this. Blaney, Logano, Cindric is probably not on here, but I'll blow through everybody. Keselowski, Hamlin. I was about to put Harvick, but obviously he's retired. Bush. My mind's thinking of past drivers. All right, active. Briscoe hasn't been around that long, so he's probably not going to be on this list for anything. Chastain was kind of floating around for a while. Back marker, same for Bowman. Byron, just because he's in Hendrick equipment. Chase Elliott. Larson. I mean, this is just too easy. Allmendinger. He's been around for a long time. Austin Dillon's been around for a long time. Really, Chris Buescher's been around for a while. There we go. see here. Oh, I see. That list is just kind of. Oh, so they're like in the top 100 all time, but for their statistic categories. I see. I see now. Holes. Michael McDowell's got a lot in recent years. Yeah, they're getting the pre-race ceremonies just started right now. Corey LaJoie is probably not on here, right? No. Laps led all time. Is Truex considered active? Like same for Jimmy Johnson. I wasn't sure if it was trying to trick us there because they both ran a race this season. Gibbs isn't going to be on here. I already tried Hamlin. Christopher Bell. Reddick. Bubba. Nope. Probably not counting Almirola as active. They gave us 10 minutes and we only had just over 7 starts, top 100. So yeah, who's been around for a while in the Cup Series that I haven't named yet. Suarez. Whoops. Suarez. Well, he's on the list. Not for starts, though. 62nd all time in Cup starts. Laps completed, 57th all time. What other Cup drivers am I missing? Stenhouse. He's been around for a while. There we go. Yeah, that was too easy. No wonder the average score was 92%, but they gave us 10 minutes. I'm not even going to consider that was a 100% score just because it was that easy. But all right. Ran through a couple of trivia quizzes. They've just wrapped up the national anthem. So we will be getting into the starting lineup for tonight's NASCAR Xfinity Series race at Atlanta. I like how it still says Atlanta Motor Speedway on the raw feed, even though it's Echo Park Speedway now. That's funny. Is it Motor Speedway or is it just Echo Park Speedway? I think it's Echo Park Motor Speedway because it's still under SMI. Just like it used to be Lowe's Motor. It's probably Echo Park Motor Speedway. Let me make sure I get the correct name on this. Just for further clarification. Even the NASCAR app still says Atlanta Motor Speedway. That's funny. Yeah, even the app says Atlanta Motor Speedway is where the race is at this week. It's just Echo Park Speedway, so it's not Motor Speedway. Which I'm surprised considering that it's SMI. Because even when Lowe's had the title sponsor for Charlotte, it was still Lowe's Motor Speedway. So, interesting. All right. Appreciate everybody tuning in. If I haven't shouted you out through the pre-race extended this week in particular, just because we had a lightning delay and a brief hold for the start of this race. We were supposed to start just after 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Our live stream obviously started 45 minutes ago, but it looks like we will be racing here shortly. Drivers are at their cars. We just wrapped up the national anthem, and now we are getting ready for the start of tonight's race. 250 miles, 163 laps are scheduled distance. Same distance for what we had in the spring race earlier this season when Austin Hill went to victory lane. Austin Hill is won a bunch of these drafting style racetracks on the NASCAR ranks at Atlanta, Daytona, Talladega. We'll see if he can go for the Atlanta sweep again here, as he is a Georgia native as well, so trying to win at his home track also. Sheldon Creed looking for his first career win is on the pole tonight. Austin Hill, the most winningest driver at Atlanta with this new configuration, is starting on the front row in second. In row number 2 will be Sam Mayer and Brandon Jones. Row 3 for Jesse Love and Connor Zilic, who was last week's winner at Pocono. In row number 4 will be Taylor Gray, CJ McLaughlin. Great qualifying effort for CJ. Harrison Burton, Eric Almirola rounding out the top 10. In row number 6 will be Nick Sanchez and William Sawalich. Row 7 for Ryan Sieg and Sammy Smith. Blaine Perkins, Justin Allgaier, row 8. Christian Eckes, Parker Retzlaff, row 9. Leland Honeyman and Patrick Staropoli will round out the top 20 in row 10. In row 11, Kyle Sieg with Daniel Dye. Row number 12, Catherine Legg and Carson Kvapil. Row 13 for Anthony Alfredo and Jeremy Clements. Jeb Burton, Ryan Ellis in row number 14. Row 15 for Dean Thompson and Josh Williams. Behind them in row 16, Chris Wright and Brennan Poole. Matt DiBenedetto, Joey Gase, row 17. Nick Lights, Garrett Smithley, row 18. And row 19 rounding out the field tonight will be Mason Massey and Mason Maggio. So 38 cars on the starting grid for the Ambetter Health. Sorry, it's not Ambetter Health. We get this right. The Focused Health. I had the wrong health. Focused Health 250 at Atlanta. And obviously, again, full flag-to-flag coverage for you live right here on KRC. Blew through the starting lineup for this. 45 laps in both stages 1 and stage 2. And the final stage of the race will be 73 laps, making up the finish, which is going to put us just outside the fuel window. And we had a fuel mileage race here in the spring event last season because of that weird stage length. We're just outside the window, but if we get enough caution laps, these teams can stretch it. Jesse Love ran out of gas after dominating that race, and that was one of the races Austin Hill was able to get the win here at his home track. Formerly Atlanta Motor Speedway, now Echo Park Speedway. Send a trackside and get the command to fire engines. I don't know if you're going to hear it. I'm hoping that maybe the mic audio at the track will be a little bit better. I forgot I don't have audio for CW Sports. I don't know how this happens 2 weeks in a row. You can faintly hear them. You can hear the engines though. All right, so I have the car sounds, and then I have like all the production audio for CW, but I don't have the mic audio for Adam Alexander, Kyle Busch, or Jamie McMurray, who are the 3 men calling tonight's race from the booth on the CW specifically. Again, we've gone through the starting lineup for the race already, but we will go through the point standings and how that is shaping up for the NASCAR Xfinity Series entering tonight's race as well. Justin Allgaier currently has a major points lead over Austin Hill, 82 points for that regular season championship race. 10 races to go in the NASCAR Xfinity Series regular season entering today's race. Behind Austin Hill in points is Sam Mayer, 3rd, Jesse Love, 4th, and Connor Zilic, who missed a race but is still top 5 in points. That is overall, as far as the playoff standings go. Drivers locked into the Xfinity Series playoff field with a win would include 3 wins for Justin Allgaier and Austin Hill, 2 wins now for Connor Zilic, 1 win for Jesse Love, Brandon Jones, and Sammy Smith. 12 drivers make the Xfinity Series playoff field, and of the drivers running for full-time points in the Xfinity Series, we have had 6 different winners. Sam Mayer's above the playoff cut line without a win, same for Carson Kvapil, Sheldon Creed, Ryan Sieg, and Taylor Gray. And outside of Taylor Gray, Harrison Burton is the first driver up outside the cutoff line for the playoffs. And he trails Gray by 11 points, got to do my math right. 11 points coming into the race. Nick Sanchez is down 26 points behind Taylor Gray. Christian Eckes, 262 out of first, so out of 12th. He'd be just within 1 race worth of points. And then Daniel Dye, 16th in the standings, is on the outside of one full race worth of points out. Seeing a couple of Cup regulars win at the Xfinity Series level this season. Kyle Larson with 2 wins, 1 for William Byron. And Eric Almirola has a win this year as well. It'll be the 7th start for Almirola this season out of the 17 races once this race begins so far in the 2025 season. My pick's going to be Austin Hill for tonight's race. I mean, you can't pick against him. I feel like the only way you can pick against him logically is taking Jesse Love. If you take somebody else other than that, good luck to you. You never know. It's possible. I don't want to do PRN. The only problem, so with the radio broadcast, it's going to be ahead of what I'm seeing. So I don't want to do that. I don't play the TV audio much anyway. Majority of the time, it's my commentary of the race, but the outside information, I don't want the radio broadcast because that's going to be ahead of it. Even if I was just listening to it to get updates, it would still be ahead of what I'm seeing. So if there is trouble on the racetrack, I feel like it's going to, my call is going to be quite as authentic, I guess, if you will. Bill Knott, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, CW. Why can't I find the race on Hulu Live TV? So I actually have Hulu. So if you have Hulu at home, that's great because that means that this live commentary coverage is going to be the most synced up for you. But as far as it goes, yeah, CW should be a local channel. You should be able to find it on Hulu. Dana Prescott, thanks for tuning in. Penske looked good in qualifying today. Go number 12, YRB tomorrow. As a Blaney fan, I'm definitely rooting for him as well. He hasn't won at the new Atlanta yet, but he's been close many times. Sam, I am. Welcome to the stream. No, I haven't shouted you out yet. Arena Sayre, thanks for tuning in. Tim Fowler. AJ2425. And many, many others. Joanne Cryer, thanks for tuning in. Warren Hunter, thanks for tuning in. Again, it shows the emails for you guys specifically, so I actually have more or less your real name rather than the channel name that you would have. That man, thanks for tuning in. Since 1961. T-Van and many, many others. Randy Bolin. Ken Clark, everybody that was playing along during the trivia. I know you've been here for a while, but trying to give you guys the shout-outs. Race is not called off, nope. In fact, it's quite the opposite. We're going to be racing here shortly. Cars are on the racetrack right now, currently working their pace laps before the start of today's action. Slightly delayed, but hopefully we get everything in without any further weather or rain stoppages. Let me look up the forecast for the rest of the night for Hampton, Georgia, just to check to see what it's looking like. Eee. Let me look at the radar. Man, I'll tell you what, there are storms like not that far north. It must be outside of the 8-mile radius for lightning because I'll zoom in a little bit so you guys can see it here on camera. But there's a gray dot right in the middle of my phone screen. That is where the racetrack would be at, Hampton, Georgia. And there's a lot of thunderstorms just north of it. And again, for the lightning clock to restart, which was really the main issue for why we had a rain delay, those storms would have to be within an 8-mile radius of the racetrack. So we just got to hope that that stays north. To make tonight's race official, we would have to get to either the end of stage 2 or halfway through the race, whatever would come first. So it looks like halfway through the race would come before the end of stage 2. Not by much, just by a few laps, really. But 84 laps to make tonight's race official. Which really isn't a long time on a 1.5-mile racetrack. These laps obviously much quicker on the drafting oval than Daytona or Talladega, just because it's a 1.5-mile track versus a nearly 2.5-mile racetrack at Daytona and Talladega. Smack dab in the middle of the Atlanta mess. Oh, geez. Not your actual email? Yeah, I mean, it might not be. It might have just been the email that you signed up with the YouTube channel, however long ago that was. I would assume that that's the email that's... Kind of don't like that. I don't know what's going on with it. It hasn't been like that until today. I appreciate everybody watching. So again, Sheldon Creed on the pole. And we'll see how far he can stay out ahead of Jesse Love and Austin Hill, who I'm sure will try to be racing their way to the front shortly. Now for qualifying, we usually see Love and Hill on these super speedways qualify 1-2. But today, they're starting 2nd and 5th. So maybe they will have just a little bit more competition. This Xfinity Series car is much harder to try to stay in a tightly compacted form under long green flag runs at this Atlanta configuration compared to the Cup side. I don't know if they're still running the hybrid super speedway package that they were running when they first debuted this racetrack, because they weren't running their full super speedway package for the truck and Xfinity Series like the Cup side is. It was kind of a hybrid of it, which is basically what they ran for Indianapolis and Michigan, for instance, last year at the Xfinity Series level. So I'm not sure if they're full-on restrictor plates or not. What's the weather looking like for Atlanta? I just looked. I showed the radar up on screen moments ago. They're in the area, but it says that they're going to be out of the vicinity by 9 p.m. So if we did have another lightning delay, it does seem like after 9 p.m. tonight, things will be clear. So again, hopefully we don't have another delay, but if we do, I still expect us to get this race in tonight. Tomorrow's going to look like a very similar circumstances tonight. Percentage chances of rain tomorrow jump up to 40% at about 5 p.m. local time. The race starts just after 7 p.m. local time. And then after 9 p.m., basically when the sun goes down, temperature starts to drop a little bit. Then the chance of rain goes down below 20%. So we may have more, lightning thunderstorm chances again tomorrow for the Cup race, similar as today, where we just might have a lot of stop holds with lightning delays. But I think we'll get both races in. I'm optimistic, especially today. Jojo, thanks for tuning in. Both Blaney fans pretty sick after the Michigan race, I believe. Just saw article this week, heat exhaustion. I think you mean Pocono from last week. Yeah, I don't know if he's still under the weather or not, but yeah, he was. I guess he sat down before Prime interviewed him in the post race last week. Then he got back up for the interview, and then he sat back down again, and then they took him to the infield care center for exactly that, heat exhaustion, dehydration. I don't know if he's still under the weather during the week or not, or even this weekend. Hopefully, he can get back to hydrated, because it's going to be another hot race, not only tonight, but we're into the summer months now of NASCAR. There's going to be a lot of hot races going forward over these next few months. So definitely not something you want to be dealing with on a week-to-week basis. Watching SmackDown on USA Network. Yeah, that's taped, I guess, tonight. Yeah, I'm going to miss SmackDown tonight. I'm going to miss the PLE tomorrow because that's going to be going on right as the truck race is starting at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So I'm going to have to catch both of them on a replay. I'll probably end up like watching highlights of SmackDown or at least listening to it while I'm doing my notes for tomorrow because I'm going to have to get those notes done before the truck race for the Cup race tomorrow night because we got a doubleheader. Usually Cup races, I only have to worry about the Cup race on Cup race day, but we have a truck race before that, so I'm definitely going to have to probably get up early and get those notes in and ready to go before the truck race tomorrow so I'm not crunching for time between streams. All right. Lights are out on the pace car, though. They will be going green this time by. Sheldon Creed has elected the inside lane right in front of his teammate Sam Mayer, who qualified third for this initial start. Usually see the outside lane, the preferred line here at Atlanta, especially for the Xfinity Series. It's going to be a lot more dominant than even the Cup tomorrow. So we'll see if Creed and Mayer can pull out ahead early. Green flag is in the air. We're underway. And the Focused Health 250 at Atlanta. Sheldon Creed down on the bottom lane of the racetrack is clear of Austin Hill in the middle of turns 1 and 2, so he can move up if he chooses to. He stays in front of his teammate Sam Mayer for the moment. Exit turn 2 down the back straightaway. Hill's now going to get a nice push for Brandon Jones in the 20. Creed still clear on entry into turn 3, but Hill is charging hard. Creed sees that and finally moves up into that outside line. And from the pole, Sheldon Creed should be able to lead lap 1. As they come to the stripe, he does just that. Side-by-side battle for third, though, between Mayer and Jones as they cross the stripe. Guess Brandon Jones was ahead, but not by much over Sam Mayer. And they're still pretty tight door-to-door off of turn 2, but Mayer doesn't have a lot of drafting help behind him. He's got about a 2 to 3 car length gap to the next car in his rearview mirror, which would be the 54 of Taylor Gray, and then the 48 of Nick Sanchez. Big moment for Brandon Jones in the 20. He slides way up the racetrack in the wake of the dirty air behind the 21 in front of him, and now they're 3 wide, trying to split the 20 car. Everybody rushing to get around him on the inside. Brandon Jones up in that outer lane, trying to stay out of harm's way. After having that moment, he gets cleared by several race cars. Sam Mayer, Jesse Love, and now Taylor Gray all get by Jones. Nick Sanchez to his inside. Also 3 wide a little further back, William Sawalich with a big moment of his own. The JGR Toyota struggling for grip early. Big save by Sawalich as he was 3 wide middle between several cars. They all rush around him as he loses several positions as well because of his moment. And the numbers game is really dissipated down on that bottom lane of the racetrack in these opening laps. And it's now mostly single file until contact is made. Christian Eckes tried to squeeze into line behind the 31 of Blaine Perkins. He turned him. Perkins goes around. William Sawalich got caught up with heavy damage running into the back of the 31. And we're under caution for the first time this evening. Parker Retzlaff has quite a bit of damage. His day's probably done. That car looks like it got hit both from behind and he ran into someone in front of him. Heavy damage for Josh Williams in the 11. Quite a few cars middle to back of the pack taken out in this incident. Mentioned Sawalich with quite a bit of damage already. He's returned to his pit box as his just terrible rookie season continues. He had a loose moment a couple laps ago. He wasn't really the result of this caution, just wrong place at the wrong time. Christian Eckes tried to slide up. I don't know. I mean, they're showing the replay. Perkins might have been moving down a little bit too. It was definitely something that could have been avoided. I mean, most of the field was single file by this point. I think Perkins maybe moved down more than Eckes moved up, but Eckes did have a lot of room to the inside. I think Perkins probably expected that Eckes was going to run a lot tighter to the white line at the bottom of the racetrack. and he didn't. He basically ran in the middle groove, and he was hanging on the left rear corner panel. So when the 31 moved down just a little bit, that's all it took for him to get turned. It was definitely on both parties, in my opinion. To me. You guys will have to let me know in the chat for anybody who might have seen that. To my eyes, it looked like Blaine Perkins maybe moved down more than Eckes moved up, but Eckes was running him really tight in the corner. He wasn't giving him a lot of room, and that's the risk that you pay. You see it time and time again. Like if drivers on other racetracks that aren't, drafting style ovals, they'll be on the outside of another car, and they'll pinch them down on the white line so that way the car on the inside can't get back to the gas as soon as the car on the outside, hopefully giving the car on the outside the momentum down the straightaway to pull clear, especially with the transition and banking depending on what track they're at. But the risk you have of pinching a guy like that is, well, if they get a little bit out of shape, you guys are both getting wrecked. And that kind of seemed to be the case here, only it was opposite because Perkins was on the outside, as was most of the line of cars. And Eckes was in the middle groove instead, kind of hanging on his left rear. But it was a very similar aspect where one driver has that slip up just a smidge, and because you're running them so tightly, you're both going to get caught up in it. Obviously, that was the case there, and unfortunately for others behind, they were also caught up in the incident as well. Yeah, it looked like 5 cars, I believe, that were caught up in that. Josh Williams, Parker Retzlaff, William Sawalch, Blaine Perkins, and Christian Eckes were the 5 cars involved. 4 of them have fallen off the lead lap. The only one that's on the lead lap involved from that crash was Christian Eckes. And we'll see if he can continue to stay on the lead lap as we continue under caution. Sheldon Creed has led the first 7 laps and counting in this race as we are under yellow. Austin Hill is currently in second. Connor Zilic third. Sam Mayer fourth. Jesse Love in fifth. And sixth is Taylor Gray. You're listening live on KRC to the Focus Health 250 at Atlanta. Alrighty. See a couple people maybe tuning back in or just tuning in for the first time. We're under caution from an early incident involving 5 cars, starting with the 31 of Blaine Perkins and the 16 of Christian Eckes. Eckes tight on the left rear corner panel of Perkins. Perkins moved down just a hair, causing contact between the 2 cars and 3 drivers running right on that outside lane behind him when it was mostly single file at about the 4th or 5th lap of the race when the caution flag flew. Looks like lap 5 was when the caution flag came out. So early in the race, I don't expect anybody to really hit pit road. Unless you're at the back of the pack, you might as well top off on fuel, but I don't expect anybody to pit for tires in the front half of the pack. NASCAR Vintage 17, thanks for tuning in as well. You guys see me like touching my eyes or my nose throughout the course of the stream today? I didn't mention it at all during the qualifying stream earlier, but I noticed I was doing it a lot. My allergies have been kicking my tail today. Kind of gotten better. I woke up this morning and my sinuses were congested. Like it was so congested that like my teeth were aching. I don't know if you guys have ever had like that kind of a sinus congestion before, where your whole face basically aches. I thought I was getting sick for a second, but then it just kind of wore off as the day went on. It's still kind of lingering a little bit, but that's why it's telling me that's my allergies. That time of the year for me, man. April through like June, July, always terrible for me with allergies. And then they spike back up again in the fall when like all the crops around here. go down for the winter, get taken down in the like mid to late fall. Yeah, make sure I'm like driving with my windows up on the highway so I'm not getting all that dust into me. Otherwise, I'll be feeling it for the next 24 hours or so. Matthew Dorter Bruno, thanks for tuning in. Sue Brown, welcome. Sick of NASCAR yet? Well, with all the live commentary streams, no. Nope, still doing it, man. I've been a fan my whole life. I mean, I was always watching every cup race for the most part whenever I could. Like I've mentioned before on the channel, I used to race growing up, and the only races that I really ever missed from the time I can remember starting watching racing, I was racing on like a Saturday night, and they had a Saturday night race going on. For the reason I was racing a lot on Fridays and Saturdays, I didn't really watch much of the Truck and Xfinity series growing up, the then Busch series growing up. Man, that wind is whipping on some of these campers around the infield and just outside the racetrack, and I wonder if there's thunderstorms brewing again. It looks gusty, gusty. Still under caution, no rain, which is good. Sinuses can make your face hurt. Yeah. It was so weird though, because it's like usually, I'm sure most people, like when you get sick, you kind of wake up a couple times in the middle of the night and you're like, yeah, I'm still sick. And then you're like tired and you roll back over. I didn't really have that, but I just kind of noticed when I woke up this morning. I was like, man, my face kind of hurts. And then I could like feel it in my teeth a little bit, and I've had that before when my sinuses are clogged, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's great. But like I said, as gone through the day, still pretty good. A little bit drowsy throughout the day because of it, but all in all, I'm feeling all right. And I felt way worse doing these live commentary streams health wise, still pulled through. So I'll be plenty good for the night. And a fan since 1972 at 8 years old. Yeah, I couldn't tell you the first race I've watched before when I started watching NASCAR. I can remember it from the time I can remember anything really in life. You don't really remember things from when you're like 3, 4, 5 years old. Maybe some of you can, but I really can't. It's like from like age like 5, 6 on up, I can remember some things. I can remember watching some races around like 03, 04, but I would have only been, 5, 6 years old. I was watching NASCAR since I can remember watching NASCAR. There isn't a specific time frame where I'm like, oh yeah, that was the first race I ever watched. Like I don't know. They all just kind of blend together at those ages because I'm a stats nerd when it comes to the sport. I'll know of who won some races, from my lifetime or whatever, but to vividly remember watching them and knowing what happened from start to finish in those races, they all do kind of blend together after a while. But I can tell you who won most of them. I can kind of picture the finish of it a little bit, but saw lightning on the battle cam. Well, that's tough. Hopefully this doesn't go into a red flag hold. They showed the wind on some of the campers though around the racetrack, and it looked like some of the flags that they have tethered to the top of some of the campers from the infield and stuff looked like they were about to snap. So winds are definitely getting wicked. People are saying lightning in the chat. Like I said, I don't have any audio on CW, so if I see cars pull onto pit road, then I know we're under red. But until then, I don't have anything for you here. Let me check Bob Pockers on X. I don't know if he's going to have much because I don't think he's at the track. He's probably at Lime Rock Park for the truck race or wherever IndyCar's at this weekend. I guess he could be there too, which definitely wouldn't be Atlanta. But I'll see if he's got any updates. I don't even have X up on my phone right now, so give me a second. Now, last thing he posted was 17 minutes ago, which is just the radar as they were going green. Or moments before they were going green. I mean, fans are still like in the grandstand, so that tells me they haven't told fans to evacuate the seating yet. Yeah, this is all I hear on the CW. At track sounds. It'll sound like one of those NASCAR on Fox crank it ups. Especially with it being a super speedway, it'll actually be kind of fun to listen to at times. I'll have to do that throughout the course of the stream today. A few instances where I'll be able to do that and it'll actually sound like my own version of a crank it up. Only get the car noises. Delay between the race timer and when you guys are commenting on the race. Are you at the track, NASCAR Vintage 17? Maybe that would make sense. They're interviewing Josh Williams. I got nothing. Josh Williams and his history here at Atlanta Motor Speedway hasn't been a great history. He's had better runs in the last month or two. And most of his tenure at Colleague has gone for him. Remember, he did select cup races last year, but I don't think he's done any this season. Got a little bit higher hope for him. Unfortunately, when he's been able to put out at the Xfinity level in Colleague equipment here these last couple of years. Got a couple of pit stops taking place. CJ McLaughlin, who qualified up in the top 10 on pit road. Dean Thompson, Mason Massey, a lot of other drivers that were in the back half of the field. So 3 drivers are out of the race from that opening incident. The 3 drivers out are Sawalich, Retzlaff, and Williams. Perkins is on the racetrack, but 2 laps down. Eckes is currently scored the last car in the lead lap. And again was also involved. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a delay on the stream. I appreciate you watching, though, from the track. That's awesome. Don't be surprised if it's a bit of a late race. I was already expecting that, knowing the weather forecast for both today and tomorrow. Retzlaff standing by outside the infield care center as well. Can't tell if that was a lightning strike I just saw off in the distance or if that was flash photography. I might be just seeing things. I don't know. Lightning in the area. I thought I saw that too. Okay, other people are seeing it. Okay, it wasn't just me. Dang. Just got this race started too. Oh yeah, I could see it. I could see the lightning. I saw it the second time. I saw it the first time. I was like, maybe I'm just seeing things. I saw it another time after that. They're definitely going to be pulling these cars to pit road. Unless for some reason that's outside the 8-mile radius, but considering we could see it, I would like to think that it's close by. I just hope it doesn't actually rain at the track, because that'll make for an even lengthier delay. Those storms that I showed you on the radar before the start of the race on my phone looked like they really haven't moved, but the rain around it has expanded just a bit. How much of this is heat lightning? You know, does that count on the 8-mile radius? Like, is it heat lightning? Probably not, because there is area storms. Sun is all but set at the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Well, hopefully the track stays dry. Looks like the field's getting the one to go signal this time by. I swear I was seeing lightning in the background. I don't know. Looks like we're gonna go. We're gonna carry on with this. Field's doubled up. They're looking to go green this time by. How is it that we, the viewers from home, can see that there's lightning in the background and NASCAR's like, nope, track's clear? Like, and then there's other times where we can't see the lightning, and then they'll say, well, there was lightning within an 8-mile radius. How does this happen? It must have been more than 8 miles away. I don't know. Yeah, got to get to lap 84, I believe. 84 to make it official. We're at lap 14, going to be, lap 15 right now. It's going to be lap 16 on the restart. We'll have 30 laps to go in stage 1. We will be going green this time by. Yeah, I mean, I've seen them throw cautions before the restart for instances like this with lightning too, but I don't think they're going to. Feel working their way to turn 4. I feel like it'd be easier to see the lightning in the nighttime too. Base car's pulling to pit road. Green flag going to be back in the air again. Creed electing the outside lane for this restart. Now he's got Connor Zilic pushing him, and both the RCR cars are lined up on the bottom. Austin Hill front row, row 2 for Jesse Love as the green flag is back in the air. Very tightly nose-to-nose for the race lead as the field exits turn 2. Jesse Love going to squeeze into the outside to board ship on his teammate. We'll see if he lets him in line as they get into 3 and 4. Love had such a massive hit, though, for the 41 that launched him forward quickly to the back of the 88 again. And Hill didn't really have a chance to try to move up there. Sheldon Creed leads the first lap following this restart. He still led every lap of the race so far. Austin Hill hanging on strong on the inside of Connor Zilic for second still. Through the middle of turns 3 and 4. Austin Hill going to exit, 1 and 2 rather. Hill going to exit the corner. Wasn't too aggressive with the side draft on Creed. Zilic was aggressive with the bump draft to the back of Creed. Enough so that Creed was able to pull clear of Austin Hill into 3 and 4. Still clear out the exit of turn 4. Down the front stretch now, Zilic is clear for second. There are 3 cars still nose to tail in the bottom. Austin Hill's got 2 cars behind him, Nick Sanchez and Ryan Sieg. Jesse Love pretty tight on the door of his teammate through the center of turns 1 and 2 there. Love hasn't really opened up a major gap for Austin Hill to get back up in front of him. Hill staying true to the bottom at the moment. Love stays around the top side of the track. He doesn't jump down to the bottom in front of his teammate either. Sanchez has found a line up on the outside of the racetrack. Taylor Gray, Eric Almirola rather, in the 19. Trying to cross him over. Sanchez is going to side draft him. Almirola getting a little bit of a pull off the 21. The 48 going down to side draft the 19, though, did break up the outside lane enough. Austin Hill moved up, and then he moved right back down again. I'm not sure why he did that. Oh, one car looked like they might have brushed the wall off the exit of turn 4. Either that or they were racing through the speedy draw. I hand out the window, the 21. I think Austin Hill's got a problem. It looked like there was a hand out the window of the 21. He's still on the inside down the back straightaway. We'll see if he comes to pit road this time. Hand out the window again, but he's not pitting. I'm not sure if he's blocking the air or he's telling the cars behind him, let's go. I'm a little confused at what all that was. Now Hill's back on the outside again, so he's not pitting. Taking a look at the replay, he was up on the outside, and then he just jumped right back down onto the bottom again, only to get split 3 wide. Yeah, I don't know. That was very strange. He was stuck on the bottom for a really long time. He got up to the outside finally, and then he ended up falling behind even more by jumping out of the outside line. And freight trained on the bottom, and now Austin Hill is outside of the top half of the field. Hill's now back in 15th, I guess. He's still top half of the field, but outside of the top 10. Quite a few spots lost, that's for sure. Started in second for tonight's race. Sheldon Creed has led every lap and still out in front. Connor Zilic a tenth of a second off the lead in second, riding in line behind him, mostly single file in the top 10 positions. Jesse Love is in third, 3/10 off the lead, 4/10 back for Sam Mayer in fourth, and Taylor Gray in fifth is 6.6 seconds off the lead. Or sorry, 0.6 seconds off the lead. And then 7/10 back, Ryan Segan sixth. Bigger gap to seventh. Harrison Burton's 2 seconds off the lead in seventh. Nick Sanchez 2.1 seconds off the lead in eighth. Justin Allgaier ninth, 2.2 seconds off the lead, and Leland Honeyman 2.4 seconds back in 10th. So about a 1.3 second gap between the 6th place car and the 7th place car. Austin Hill losing more time on the outside of the racetrack. I think he does have problems. Again, I don't have the CW's audio, so I can't unmute it and see what's going on, but there are some definite issues with the 21 of Austin Hill. And we've seen him have engine issues before. In fact, actually at Daytona on a super speedway, earlier in the season, he had engine problems. And that allowed for Austin Hill to not win that race that day, despite dominating in the lap sled side of things. His teammate Jesse Love instead got the win. So I mentioned Hill fell back to 15th. But now he is in 28th and still losing a lot of time. And now his car is very slow through turns 1 and 2, and it might have finally gave all the way out. We'll see if he continues to try to stay out on the racetrack and catch a quick caution. He still hasn't made his way down below the commitment line yet. But I would imagine with the speed Austin Hill is running now that he's fallen out of the lead draft, he's going to end up going a lap down at some point in a not so distant future. Mechanical issues for Austin Hill, the favorite to win tonight's race. This has led hands for those top 6 cars to just kind of mind their time, stay up at the front of the field, and try to decide this opening stage amongst themselves when it becomes time to try to make moves and be a little bit more aggressive. Right now, it's still got about 18 laps to go in stage 1. And Austin Hill has finally made his way to pit road this time by. No, he has not. He is on the apron of 3 and 4, but he didn't pit. It's hard to diagnose for myself exactly what's going on, but obviously something major is happening for the 21 of Austin Hill. Put it on closed caption. I don't know if I can because there's no audio. Yeah, it's not working. Like, there's no audio for the CW on my end. I had the same problem last week. I don't know what it is exactly. At least I can watch the race. Therefore, I'm able to do the stream still. That's all I need. I mean, obviously, I would like the extra information, but I don't have that. Now Hill is coming into the pits for sure this time. Austin Hill loses a lap. And he is on the apron of turns 3 and 4. Creeping his way back to pit road. Might be an early end of the night for Austin Hill. You'll have to let me know in the chat exactly what might have happened to him if you're able to actually get audio of what's happening on the broadcast side of things at Atlanta tonight. But Austin Hill, slow. Now he's off the lead lap and he's on his way to pit road. Top 6 cars still in this lead pack. The gap between 6th and 7th has become even bigger than what it once was. Now it's about a 2-second gap back to Justin Allgaier in 7th, who leads the second group of cars. And they're not even really that tightly bunched together because it's about a 1.5 difference between the first car in that line and about the 6th or 7th car in that line. 21 crew is underneath the hood of their car. Tough. Tough scenes for Austin Hill. Fuel pressure, fuel pump issues. All right, there we go. Got an update. Thank you for that, Michael. Fuel pressure and fuel pump issues for the 21 of Austin Hill. And again, his team is diagnosing the issue underneath the hood of his race car on pit road as we continue to stay green here tonight at Echo Park Speedway. Just Allgaier and Eric Almirola keep trading the lead back and forth for the second group of cars. Sanchez follows the 19 to get to the second spot in this line of about 4. Leland Honeyman trying to tack onto the back of the 748 and the 19. He's losing them just a bit as they round their way through turns 3 and 4. But he's hanging out in the top 10 for right now. That being Leland Honeyman. And caution is out on the speedway. At lap 34, second yellow of the day, and I wonder if it might be for weather this time. I have no... And now it's for weather? Okay. Thank you for letting me know in the chat. So thought we saw some lightning on the outskirts of the racetrack as they were getting ready to go green. They restarted. We ran about 19 laps, and then the caution comes out again. And it looks like we're going to be under a lightning hold just like we were before the start of tonight's race. And again, this is our second caution of stage 1. This is not going to end the first stage under yellow. But this will put us in another hold, it looks like. As they start that 30-minute lightning clock, and hopefully we don't get any rain. We didn't in the pre-race, so we didn't lose the racetrack. Once the lightning was able to clear out of the area, we got to racing. Hopefully that's all going to be the delay this time around as well. Joe2832, thanks for tuning in. Thank you for the lightning. Yep. So fuel pickup issues for Austin Hill. We had a crash at lap 5. 5 cars involved. Josh Williams, Parker Retzlaff, Williams, Sawalich out of the race following that crash. Blaine Perkins off the lead lap by a couple laps. He'll get the free pass, get one of those laps back with this caution. So he'll go from 2 laps down to 1 lap down. And Christian Eckes, who was also caught up in the incident, has actually rallied back up to 16th before this caution for lightning. Second yellow. Raining north of the track, the Braves are up. That's insane that the Atlanta Braves are rained out tonight in Atlanta downtown while the track is going on just barely south of Atlanta. And we got 35 laps underway before the lightning here. Like time-wise, mileage-wise, it can't be that far from each other. Maybe 10 miles? Well, we might have a little bit more NASCAR trivia coming our way. I'll wait until the red flag is displayed at least. And again, usually driver interviews, I'll let you listen into them as well, but I don't have any of that available for you for tonight's live commentary coverage. Got a double header coming your way tomorrow on the channel with the Craftsman Truck Series race at 1 p.m. Eastern at Lime Rock Park. And the NASCAR Cup race tomorrow night at 6:30 p.m. Eastern live on the channel as well. So we'll begin the race with our pre-race coverage for that one. So again, 2 live commentary streams for tomorrow. And as you see on our screen, the red flag is displayed. They're currently on commercial still. But red flag is displayed for Lightning. Lap 36 of 163. And the top dozen in the running order, Sheldon Creed in the lead. Connor Zilich is second. Jesse Love in third. Ryan Sieg fourth. Nick Sanchez rounds out the top 5 in fifth. Justin Allgaier sixth. Leland Honeyman seventh. Harrison Burton eighth. Daniel Dye ninth. Brennan Poole is 10th. Catherine Legg 11th. And Brandon Jones 12th. As we're under red. I'd assume the drivers are going to be getting out of their cars because we're at least a half hour of a delay coming. Covers are going out on the race cars as well, expecting that there could be rain. Hopefully, we don't get rain and we don't lose the track, because if that's the case, it's going to lengthen this red flag out quite a bit. As we have the abrupt stop, lap 36 again with the rain delay. 10 laps to go in stage 1, and to make the race official, we would have had to get to lap 84. Some more NASCAR trivia it is. It's a bit less than 45 miles to the Brave Stadium. I mean, I haven't been to Atlanta since 2022. For some reason, I remembered Atlanta being closer to downtown for some reason. Atlanta Motor Speedway, that is. I knew it wasn't like downtown. I knew it was south of the racetrack, obviously. Like I said, I've been there before, but for some reason I was thinking it was like closer to 10 miles. Not 10 minutes, but 10 miles, because Atlanta traffic, that could be more than 10 minutes necessarily, but I still need a coffee. Tornado warnings west of Atlanta? Oh, there are tornado warnings listed. Well, let me pull the weather channel back up on my phone again. I don't like the fact that the cover's going on the race cars. I mean, I guess because technically they want the teams to like take shelter too with the lightning delay at hand, because they're not going to be around the cars. That's probably why they're putting the covers on them. Just in case it rains, not necessarily in the expectation that it will. Hopefully the storms stay north and hopefully the lightning clears out. That storm cell that was north of the racetrack when the race started doesn't really look like it went anywhere. It looks like it's just stayed right over top of downtown Atlanta. Oh, that's my weather. Hang on. Hampton, Georgia. Severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15 tonight, which is only 5 minutes from now. Chance of rain on the hour-by-hour forecast for Hampton, Georgia stays between a 33 to 40% chance until 10 p.m. tonight, and then it drops down to 15% through the rest of the evening. I'll just have to keep the coverage on standby. I'll keep my keep Bob Pockris on X on standby as we head into some more NASCAR trivia on the channel. So you're getting your fix of NASCAR trivia here live on the channel with the Sporkle NASCAR quiz because of the delay at the start of the race and now the delay during the race. See what kind of quizzes we can find. Thanks for everybody staying tuned in. Let's see here. NASCAR Xfinity. Currently under a weather delay at lap 36. Stay tuned in for updates. I'll put a pinned message at the top of the screen. So that way, in case we have people that are just tuning in as the race is going on and haven't been here since the start of the stream or just tuning in for the first time, can know this isn't race coverage. What's going on? Got a lightning delay. Had to blow my nose real quick. Dang allergies. All right, now I can get into this next quiz. See what we've got here. NASCAR. Did a couple of NASCAR stats quizzes. Got stats for the 2000s. Gen 6 stat leaders. That was last generation. Car. Highest winning percentage. Let's go into the second page. Most stats without a win by track. This is interesting. More info. Last updated, all information gathered from Racing Reference as of 6/16/2022. So around this time of the year, 3 years ago, was the last time that this quiz was updated. So we have stat leaders for, looks like, number of races per track, top fives per track, top tens per track, poles per track, and laps led, but they couldn't have won a race at that track. If that makes any sense. So, who leads the specific categories of statistics of most races ran, most top fives at each racetrack? Again, each racetrack, total races, top fives, top tens, poles, and laps led, but they couldn't have won there. So, this is going to be a tough quiz. We got 10 minutes, 135 names. There's going to be a lot of repeats, I'm sure, on here. I don't even know what the strategy is for this. Just start naming like a bunch of big names, hoping that they pop up on the list at some point. It might as well. Put Harvick on here. There we go. Kentucky. Okay, so obviously he hasn't won there. Jeff Gordon won almost everywhere. Yeah, he might have won every year. Actually, Jimmy Johnson. Okay. Chicagoland, that's right. Is the only track Jimmy didn't win. Earnhardt Jr. Bush has literally won everywhere. Kyle did. Kurt might be on here a bunch. Put Petty on here. He just showed up. Pearson, maybe? No, okay. He's not going to be on the list. Yarborough. It's like some big names are going to be on here and some are not. Allison. Wiki led a lot of laps at a lot of places. Holes. Newman had a lot of poles. There we go. Paul Menard. No, he won at Indy, so yeah, that's not gonna. Just trying to think of guys who were good at a lot of places. Montoya didn't win on an oval, so maybe he's Indy laps led, most laps led without a win. Rick Mast never won a race. Harry Gant ran for a long time, but he has 20 something wins. Jarrett. Ricky Rudd ran for a long time. Sterling Marlin ran for a long time. He's not on here. Jimmy McMurray. There we go. Boyer. Hamlin has been around for a while. Kenseth. Yeah, I'm just putting a bunch of names, and then when we start to narrow it down, I won't forget the Bakers this time. Neil Bonnet. Not going to forget Bodine. Here we go. Parsons. Pocono. Mayfield won there. Maybe Jeremy Mayfield has some records at other tracks. Nope. Casey Kane on here. Yep. Man, Greg Biffle's probably on here somewhere. Edwards. Logano. Okay, Keselowski. So again, this is statistic lap, like top categories. Most races ran at tracks, laps led at each racetrack, poles at each racetrack, top fives, top tens, but they couldn't have won a race at those respected racetracks. So just trying to think of guys. Mark Martin maybe hasn't won like everywhere, so he has a lot of the Poconos. Wallace, Rusty. Bonnie ran for a long time. I tried Ricky Rudd already. Burton. Got 105 of 135. Stewart, I don't think I put his name on here. Maybe I did. Truex? Let's see here. Got a couple, 5 poles at Pocono, but never won there. Oh gosh. Who had 5 poles at Pocono and never won at the track? Phoenix, 3 poles, but never won there. I have Newman. Bill Elliott on the list for any of these? He is for 112 of 135. I did put Petty on here already. Most races ran at North Wilkesboro without a win. That's an old track. Need an old name. Derek Cope might be on here for some. Oh. Morgan Shepherd? He was around for a long time. Kenny Schrader? There we go. Laps led at Daytona for Kenny Schrader. There's the Nashville Fairgrounds on here. Fireball Roberts. Weatherly, who was running a bunch of races. Lund. Thomas. Flock. Dave Marcus? Oh, wow. We got a lot. Dave Marcus. Yeah, he was around for a long time. 123 and 135. Most races ran at Nashville Fairgrounds without a win. 661 career laps led at Dover without a win. Oh my gosh. Brian Vickers on any of these? Might have been a little too off the wall there. I've got Labonte, Harvick. I tried Morgan Shepherd. He wasn't on the list. Will the race get postponed until tomorrow? I'm not going to say for sure or not. I'm not going to add speculation as to whether they're going to race or not, because I don't want to over spoil it, I guess. Alex Bowman on any of these lists? He's got quite a few polls. William Byron's got quite a few polls. Maybe he hasn't. Because this goes to 2022. Blaney. Ryan Blaney at Vegas, top 5. See? He's got the most top 5s without a win at Las Vegas. I got to think more active drivers then. How many polls does Cindric maybe have at like Dega? 5 polls at Talladega without a win. Mike Skinner? Oh, I felt good about that. David Gilliland has at least one, but not that many. Reagan. Bain. Just trying to think of guy. Well, no, Reagan won there. That's tough. Riverside. Tim Richmond probably won there before Riverside. 92. Oh, I didn't try Byron yet. Rexford. Let's try Rexford for that Nashville Fairgrounds. Nope, none of those. Pro Joe Nemechek. Oh, yeah, he was around for a while, but he's not on any of these lists. Never mind. No, I doubt Donahue's on the list for anything. Same for Foyt and all those guys. They just didn't run enough. 5 poles at Talladega with no wins there. I'm trying to think, like, it's not Logano because he's won at Dega. And I already put Joey Logano on the list. 28 top 10s at Martinsville with no wins there. Who's good at Martinsville but never won a race there that I haven't named yet? That's another tough part of it. Allmendinger? No. Yeah, not 28. He was good there, but not that good. Not with the equipment he was in, too. 28, like, that's a whole career. It's got to be somebody that's retired. How do you get 28 top 10s at a racetrack and not win there? Homestead, 330. Okay, so that Homestead debuted in the early 2000s. Like, 2001. Reddick? No, because he won there last year. Dang it. Christopher Bell? I tried Yarborough, but he's not on here. I doubt Jerry Nadeau's on the list. No. For any of these. Top 10s at Richmond, too. Oh, I ran out of time. Kyle Larson at Atlanta. I didn't even think about that. Homestead, too. Oh, my gosh. I ran out of time. I wasn't even looking at the timer. I forgot we only had 10 minutes for this quiz. Ernie Irvan had 2 poles at Indy, never won there. JD McDuffie at Riverside, 33 races, no wins. Herschel McGriff would have also gotten that answer. I thought I put Bobby Olson. Oh, that's why I didn't get Allison. Okay, so I did get Bobby Allison already, but it typoed his name for Martinsville top 10s of 28 because it says Bobby Olson. Like Allson. So I did get that. I did get that one. Bobby Isaac had 5 poles at Talladega, but no wins. All right. Ernie Irvan, 661 laps led at Dover, no wins. JD McDuffie also would have gotten the Nashville Fairgrounds answer, too. Either him or Buddy Arrington. Dave McDonald at Riverside. I don't even know who Dave McDonald is. I'm not going to lie to you. Dave McDonald. 92 laps led at Riverside, no wins there. Honestly, I wasn't even thinking about Larson because I don't know why he slipped by me. Because I was like, oh, Homestead, who's won a lot of laps there, never won a race. But it was last updated in 2022 because Larson did win there, what, 2 years ago in Cup? And he's never won at Atlanta even still. Yeah, I don't know why I wouldn't have circled around to him. No official word yet. Just a lightning delay at the moment. No rain at the racetrack, so that's good. Just waiting on the lightning to clear out of the 8-mile radius of the track. Yeah, it was an outdated thing for the Larson deal at Homestead. But if I still would have needed him for Atlanta. 93% out of 73. I mean, that's not bad. Elmo Langley at Richmond, by the way. Oh, man, they're showing the lightning outside the racetrack right now. It's there's quite a bit. I just saw some big lightning strikes over the front stretch grandstands, and that was just moments ago. So we have at least 30 more minutes yet. It would have just restarted that clock right as we were going to another commercial break. How did Ernie Irvin not win at Dover? He led over 600 laps. I know. It's crazy. All right. So I'll go back and I'll try to go NASCAR stats 2000s. We have 15 minutes, and I feel like we can get a perfect score on this. So we got a ton of stat lines here. NASCAR 2000s. So this is 2000 to 2009, I would assume, would be the 2000s. And we got to name all of the statistical categories. We got race wins, second place finishes, top fives, top tens, poles, laps completed, laps led, running at the finish. This is going to be tough. DNQs, that's going to be really tough. DNFs, restrictor plate wins, earnings, championship in those years, that's going to be the easiest one. Daytona 500 winner, should get all those. Brickyard 400, Coke 600 winner, and road course wins. So I think we can get all the wins. The DNFs and the DNQs is going to be so tough, especially DNQs. And this is, again, from the years 2000 to 2009. So they pretty much had to have ran most of, if not all of that decade. We'll see what we can do. Try to get the wins out of the way first. Tony Stewart, he won a bunch. Jeff Gordon won a bunch. Earnhardt should be on there. Junior, 18. Casey Kane had a lot of hit. Oh, okay. Biffle. There we go. He's on there for wins. Kenseth. Mark Martin. Not on there for wins. Jarrett, probably not on there for wins. Harvick. No, he only had, he didn't have that many wins in the 2000s. Who else had a lot of wins in the 2000s? Edwards. There we go. Newman. Johnson, obviously. Bush? There we go, Kurt and Kyle. Okay, so we got the wins. Second place finishes, we're still missing one. I put Casey Kane yet? Sterling Marlin, probably not that many. DNFs, he showed up on there. Morgan Shepherd, probably for DNFs. DNQs, okay, there we go. David Stremme. Is he on there for DNFs? What about JJ Yaley? No. All right. Johnny Sauter. It's worth a shot. Ricky Rudd on there. Laps completed. Burton ran all the way through the decade. Boyer probably didn't have enough races to be on the list. Vickers probably didn't have. Okay, nope. Poles. Wow, 11 poles for Brian Vickers. What else we got on there then? Derek Cope on there for DNQs. There we go. 57. Todd Bodine. DNFs. Got 137 of 170. You got 12 minutes. Phil Elliott, former Brickyard 400 winner. Michael Waltrip, Daytona 500 winner. And restrictor plate wins. 600. David Rudiman was 2009. 2007 was Casey Mears. 2000 Brickyard 400 winner. Shoot, that wasn't the year Jarrett won it. Labonte, Bobby Labonte. There we go. Okay, so we got 151 of 170. Road course wins. Montoya had one. Gordon with 2. Ricky Rudd. Who else won a road course in the 2000s? John Andretti probably isn't on the list for anything. Okay. All right, Ricky Craven on the list for anything. Okay, go back. Road course wins. I get a free point for none. Okay. Who else had a road course win in the 2000s that I'm missing? Allmendinger? No, because that was 2014 when he won. Why am I drawing a blank on this? Truex didn't have one yet. McMurray, no. But he is on the list, though. Oh, restrictor plate wins. Okay. David Reagan on here for like DNFs. But McDowell, probably not because he didn't get in there till later. Road course wins. Why am I forgetting another road course win? It's not Boris said. He didn't win a cup race. Mike Bliss for DNFs. That's a good pick. Oh, nope. Not on there. I'm missing a road course. That's really bothering me. Pruitt didn't win, but he came close a few times. Just trying to think back to those like old NBC Watkins Glen broadcasts or something. Steve Park, yeah, there we go. That was before the NBC days. That was at Sonoma. Was it? Oh, Watkins Glen. All right, well, never mind. All right, Steve Park, got it. Okay, thank you for that. That was really bothering me. Regan Smith, not on here. DNFs, DNQs. There's also laps led that I have not named yet. 3983. Jimmy Spencer? For no. Schrader? Aha, there we go. Ken Schrader, DNFs. Wow, Dale Jr. showed up 47 times. He had 47 DNFs from 2000 to 2009. Yikes. Tony Raines? Oh, let's go. DNQs for Tony Raines. Jeff Green? Johnny Benson was like in some weird cars now. It's not Hornaday. Jack Sprague. Still under a lightning delay at the racetrack, obviously. Just for update on what's going on there. Nemechek. Joe Nemechek, 78 DNFs, most. 2000 to 2009. DNFs, DNQs, running at the finish. 318 races. Who have I not named yet? I have Mark Martin already. Yeah. Yep. Got Marlin. Running at the finish. Ran a lot of races through the 2000s. Shelmerdine. DNQs, there we go. Kirk Shelmerdine. Shout out to Brock Beard. Carl Long? Ah, there we go. 73 DNQs for Carl Long. I tried Menard already. I'm pretty sure I tried Mayfield. He's not on here either. Menard, no. Yeah, 70. Imagine showing up to the racetrack 73 times just to go home before the race. Oh my gosh, that's bad. That's a lot of lost money right there. Uh, Shauna Robinson? No. Circling back in the chat here, I don't think Ambrose is going to be on the list for anything because he didn't show up till later. Oh, Buckshot Jones, that's a good one. Oh no, I don't think he raced long enough through the 2000s. He was more like late 90s into the early 2000s. Hmm. John Wood. Nope. Try like a Grissom or like guys who were just old and might have been racing. I doubt Atwood because he didn't race long enough. Leffler probably wasn't around a cup long enough. I tried Yaley already. Tried Stremme. I didn't put Sorensen. Nope. DNFs at least. Lake Speed, probably not. No. Carpentier. Probably not. He wasn't around long enough. That's It was like 1 or 2 years and done. Jeffrey Earnhardt wouldn't be on here. DNQs could be drivers for racing teams that were small. Oh yeah, for sure. Majority of them probably are. I'm just trying to think around to like the old NASCAR video games. Like Kevin Grubb. uh, Garvey, I don't even know who that is. No. He's not on here though. Like Danica Patrick? No, she wasn't even around then. Keselowski was a rookie in '09, so he's not going to be on any of these lists. Logano's not going to be on for DNFs or anything. 71 DNFs. And then DNQs. I would imagine it's not the same person. Like Norm Benny never tried to qualify for like cup races or something. No. Uh Need help, chat. Most DNFs and DNQs in the 2000s. We also got laps completed and laps led. There's somebody major I'm missing. Laps led, laps completed, and running at the finish that I have not named yet. Oh, Elliott Sadler. Oh, wow. Okay, well, I got that. Hermie Sadler showed up for DNQs when I put Elliott Sadler, so got a bonus point for that. Parsons, like Phil Parsons was past his time here. Wally Dahlback was already in the broadcast booth for NBC, so he wouldn't be on here. I do have Sterling Marlin on here already. He did show up for DNFs. We got the we didn't get the laps led with Elliott Sadler. 3,983 laps led that I haven't named. Like, who have I not named that was... Felt like I named them all already. Yeah, we got another one up here. 10, what is that? 10 poles. Oh my gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Who's got the 10 poles? I didn't even realize I was missing that. It's got to be the same guy as the laps led. Hamlin? Did I put Hamlin yet? Oh gosh. Oh, I'm panicking now. Scott Wimmer. Did I not put Rusty? Oh my god. Oh, Kenny Wallace. Okay. Yeah, Kenny Wallace. I didn't realize I didn't put Rusty Wallace on here yet. That's a relief. Okay. I didn't realize I skipped Rusty. Thank you for that in the chat. And we got Kenny Wallace with the DNQs. Bobby Hamilton on here at all then? Probably not. No. Like Larry Pearson. I'm drawing a blank, guys. I don't know. 71 DNFs. It's not Martin. 4 names left. We're so close. I'm out. I'm out. I'm tapping out. Kevin LePage. Why do I always forget Kevin LePage in these? Oh, my guy, Dave Blaney. Had the 71 DNFs. He did race all the way through the 2000s, though. And into the early 2010s. He actually hung around in NASCAR for a really long time, all things considered. Well, that's sad. Dave Blaney, DNFs. DNQs, though, yeah. Kevin LePage, Stanton Barrett. See, that would have... I had Kevin Grubb of like the NASCAR Thunder 2004 guys, but I didn't put Stanton Barrett. Dave Marcus. Like, off the top of my head, I wouldn't have expected him to try to qualify for many races. 29 DNQs. That could have been one season, though, too. That could have been like 2000, 2001, and then that would have been it. I think Dave Marcus was in the 500 no one, wasn't he? All right, well, we came close. That was tough. I wonder if they got a quiz like that for the 2010s. Let's go NASCAR stats 2010. Oh, yeah, they do. Okay. So, same quiz. We tried the 2000s. Now let's try the 2010s. There's a few different stats in here because we got Rookie of the Year, Manufacturer Championship. So, I'd assume that that's the manufacturer name. Average start, average finish. So, we got a few extra stats. We only have 10 minutes again. So, let's get it. All right. 2010s. Now we were thinking 2000s there. Now we got to think 2010s. We'll start with the champions. Let's go the Bush brothers. Well, Kyle. Yeah, Kurt didn't win one then. Joey Logano, Tony Stewart. And then that gives us Haas because apparently we need Hendrick and Gibbs for team owners and Penske and Furniture Row. Furniture Row. Oh, come on, don't do that to me. Furniture Row. Can I just put row? Row. How? This is sad. How do you spell furniture? Fur. Nah. Oh, it's I. It's like it. Okay. Furniture Row. Okay, this is getting stupid. Furniture Row. How do we spell it? I swear I spelled it right. I didn't spell it right the first time. That's how you spell Furniture Row. We got it. We know it's Furniture Row. All right. Maybe there's another typo in there or something. Champions of the 2010s. Keselowski. That's bothering me. Truex. 2016 was Jimmy. And that gives us 2010, 2013, and then 2014 was Harvick. All right. Ooh, crew chief. During Grubb was Tony Stewart, Chad Knaus, Jimmy Johnson, Wolf, Paul Wolf, and then Joey Logano was oh geez. Oh geez. He just retired recently. That's bad. Yeah, let's get manufacturers here. Chevrolet, Ford, Toyota. There we go. Okay. Crew chiefs. I can picture his face and I can't picture his name. Todd Gordon. Ugh, jeez. That's gonna give us like Jeff Gordon for some of these. 2019 crew chief for Kyle Busch. That was Stevens, right? 15 as well. 2014 for Harvick. Oh, that would have been Rodney Childers. And 2017 for Truex. Gosh, he just retired recently too. I keep thinking James Small because that was most recent. I'm looking at the chat because I know this, and I can't think of his name off the top of my head. Oh, Kerchief for Truex 2017, Furniture Row. Full Pern, oh my gosh. There we go, we got it. Rookie of the Year. Stephen Light won it one of those years. Chase Elliott. And then Earnhardt Jr. for, yeah, popular driver there. Rookie of the Year 2019. Was that Hemrick? Yeah, Daniel Hemrick. Blaney on here at all? I guess for other stuff. William Byron won Rookie of the Year. Suarez was 17. Oh, he was not 17. Eric Jones was 17. 24. Jeez. I don't remember Rookie of the Year that much. It's bad. It's bad that I remember more stuff in the 2000s than I do the 2010s. Josh Wise like won a Rookie of the Year or something. He's on the list for something. Oh, jeez. I was just going for the starts there. All right, wins. Edwards, Kenseth, Newman for poles. Hamlin. All right. Most starts 2010s that I haven't named. Stenhouse was around for a long time. Oh yeah, Stenhouse was Rookie of the Year. That's right. 2013, he beat Danica out. 20. I'll come back to that. We got some other stuff we gotta worry about here. Top tens. McMurray. He was around for a minute. Ambrose was around for a minute. See if he's. I don't even know what all the categories are, to be completely honest. Menard race for a while through the 2010s. He did not. JJ Haley. Is he on any of these lists? There we go. Popped up somewhere. Laps complete. Andy Lally won Rookie of the Year. I would not have come around to that. Austin Dillon was 2014. Oh, no. He was not. Austin Dillon didn't win the Rookie of the Year? That's got to be a typo. That's got to be a. I don't. Who would have beat Austin Dillon for the Rookie? I don't. I don't know. I don't know. This quiz is bothering me on a couple of these things. Top tens. I'm missing a crucial one here. Oh, Larson was 2014. Yikes. Okay. Forgot he was a rookie in 2014. All right. Got a lot of DNFs and DNQs yet. Road course wins. Allmendinger. Did I put Montoya yet? No. And I'm pretty sure I put Ambrose already. All right. Restrictor plate wins. Almirola's on here. Did I put Elliott? Yeah, I did put Chase Elliott. Danica Patrick on DNF. Nope. Surprisingly not. Surprisingly not. Dave Blaney's on the DNQs. Uh, like Trevor Bayne, David Reagan. David Reagan. Oh yeah, you got the restrictor plate wins. I'm panicking because we got less than 2 minutes already. D Benedetto for like DNFs? No. I think I put Ambrose. Kevin Conway won Rookie of the Year. Jeez, Louise, they were just handing those out like participation awards. They basically were at that point. Wait, who have I not named yet? I'm just in full panic mode right now. Restrictor plate wins. Restrictor plate wins. Did I put Trevor Bayne? Why is Bayne not showing up on here? It must be most. I mean, obviously he only had one, but he's not showing up on the list. And David Reagan, yeah, he had two. I already got him. Biffle didn't have any, but I don't think I put him on the list yet. No, I did put him on the list. All right. Oh. I already would have tried to put him on the list for something. Regan Smith on here for like DNFs or something. Michael Annett. Allgaier. I'm stumped. My brain's fried. Clint Boyer. Okay. He did win at Sonoma. That's right. All right. DNFs. Honestly, I didn't have a lot of time and I was also panicking. Michael McDowell had the most DNFs in the 2010s. What a career resurgence in the 2020s he's had. Joe Nemechek, Reed Sorensen, Landon Castle, Mike Bliss. See, when I think of Sorensen, I think more of the 2000s and 2010s for some reason. Same with David Stremme. DNQs, McDowell had 20 of them. Travis Quapple's on the list. Scott Riggs. Oh, Land Rover. Is that all we missed? It's the Furniture Row spelling. Oh, it was car owner, not team name. That's why I was getting it wrong. Oh, I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. I was trying to put the team name Furniture Row where it said car owner. I'm like, well, I put like Hendricks and Gibbs and stuff like that and hot, but it was the owner, Barney Visser. It wasn't Barney Visser Motorsports. Oh my gosh. That's why I was missing that one. That was infuriating me there for a little bit. Honestly, that kind of threw me off for the rest of it. I'd say you guys carried me the rest of the way. These are all names I would have put more for like 2000s rather than 2010s, especially Scott Riggs. I would not have thought of him 2010s much. Same for like Mike Bliss, Travis Quapple. Like I don't David Stremme, Reed Sorensen. Like I just think of those guys, especially Stremme and Sorensen. Like when I think of them, I think of Ganassi, the 40 and 41 car. I don't really think of anything else. And McDowell's had such a career resurgence that I almost forgot about how many times he DNF'd and all the backmarker cars that he ran. That's crazy. Yeah, my brain's fried. You do too many of these quizzes. We had this problem at Pocono last week when we had a 2-hour rain delay before the start of the race, and I just I did too many quizzes. Like this is the fourth one we've done now between the two and the pre-race of the rain delay, and then this, and I can't think anymore. Target time is 11 to 11:30 for the. Oh my gosh, we still got another hour to an hour and a half of this. I can't do a NASCAR 08 race like I did last week because the next race is going to be like 3 hours, so I have to wait until Sunday to do that. Means there's no NASCAR on Sunday. I can't believe the Barney Visser thing though. Oh my gosh. I was putting Furniture Row for car owner and getting so frustrated that it wasn't taking my answer. That's hilarious. uh, car owner Barney Visser. Yep. Still on a lightning hold at the racetrack. It's like they're cutting a commercial again. Yeah, I don't remember Kevin Conway or Andy Lally winning the Rookie of the Year for NASCAR. That's insane. I remember Stephen Light and Brett Moffitt being some weird ones. It's kind of crazy to think that like Brett Moffitt won a Rookie of the Year in the Cup Series way before he won the Truck Series championship. I don't really know. Find the Motorsports Hall of Fame inductees. Ooh. And it gives us pictures. Oh, this is going to be interesting. 16. Do we have to name them? Probably have to name them. No, I don't want to do that. I'm not gonna embarrass myself because I don't know enough about Formula One to, to get some of those names. I could get a few of them. There's gonna be some Formula One like crossover NASCAR fans or something that are gonna be like, "Oh, do you not know who such and such is?" I'm like, I didn't know that's what they looked like. I heard of the name. All right, NASCAR top 30. 10 easy NASCAR drivers. 15 seconds. I'm not doing that. Top 100 in career earnings. Ooh, this is an interesting one right here. I've never seen this quiz. Last updated in April of 2017. Now, that was probably the last time that career earnings were last updated. Let's do this quiz. So, this is my brain's in recharge mode, but we'll do another one because we got like another hour plus of lightning delay, it looks like, here at Atlanta on a Friday night. All-Star Race drivers and Daytona 500 winners. We can do All-Star Race drivers next. I think I've done 500 winners before. I've 100% completed that quiz. Earnings though, this is going to be interesting. 15, there's 100. Top 100 in career earnings in the NASCAR Cup Series. Look at the career earnings for like I know that this is like Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson because it gives us the last car number that they drove. Over 146 million. Which I mean, you compare it to like other motorsport or other like sports nowadays. A lot of these like NBA and NFL contracts, MLB contracts are like way more than that. But like for NASCAR, you just off the top of my head, I don't think that NASCAR drivers ever made that much money. Like they're making, 9 figures over the course of their career. Awesome for them though. All right. Let's see if we can go for all 100. Let's see if we can go for all 100. Top 100. And obviously, Jimmy Johnson, I know is on the list. The car numbers is huge for this. Gordon, Stewart. It's another one in the 20. That's Kenseth. Because it was last updated in 2017. Harvick Jr. and then Senior popped up on here too. More of them in the 14 car. Boyer? Okay, so 2017 had him in the 15 still. Because his first year wasn't in the 14 till 2018. Oh, that's right. Because like Mark Martin sub for him. So that's why he's the 14. 41 is Kurt Busch, 2017. Ryan Newman would have been the 31 at that time. 19 would have been Edwards. Biffle in the 16. 5, Casey Kane. Hamlin. McMurray. 78 would have been Truex. Keselowski. Rusty Wallace is the other two. The 44 was Labonte. Oh, that was the 32 was Bobby. Terry wasn't in the 44 then? Kyle and Richard Petty are on the list. 44. Okay, so now this is where the card numbers kind of drive me a little nuts here. It's like Austin Dillon definitely. Okay, he is on the 3. Oh, okay, so he's a little further down the list. So like Chase Elliott is probably on here. Well, Bill Elliott is. Okay. And he was in like the number 50, so that doesn't register my brain as he drove that car. Dale Jarrett was a 44. That's right. Vickers probably made a lot because it was just that era of NASCAR driver. Hornish is probably the same way. Yeah, like it's just trying to think of guys who raced in like that 2000s through 2015s. They were just making a ton of money. Casey Mears was around for a long time. That time period, Boyer said no. He was. I saw the '09. Like Mike Bliss. Yeah, he's on the list. Ernie Irvin. Let's go some more old time guys. Harry Gant, Waltrip, Daryl, Michael. Vickers was the who was the other 55 car? David Reagan. His last ride was in the 18. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, because it was 2017. 55. Who else drove the 55? Ricky Rudd was the other 88. Stremme? Sorensen raced for a long time because we kind of went over those guys. Jeff Green was around for a long time. 43. Guys who raced Dave Blaney. Bodine. Got a lot of them there. Menard raced for a long time. JJ Yaley raced for a long time. I put Hamlin, right? Yeah, I did. There's another 14. Burton's. Jeff Burton, 14. Last car number. I wouldn't have. I don't know. He filled in for Tony Stewart that year? When Stewart was hurt, he must have. I don't remember Jeff Burton filling in for him, but he must have. Because why else would he have last drove in the 14 car? I don't remember that. All right. I remember Mark Martin and Austin Dillon, but I don't remember Jeff Burton. McDowell? Rudiman raced during that period. Scott Riggs raced during that period. Jeremy Mayfield. Guys who raced. Scott Wimmer probably was. Oh, jeez, man. Scott Wimmer made that much money. David Reagan probably already put him. Trevor Bayne. Stenhouse. They probably weren't around. Oh, Stenhouse was around enough. 33. Was that Scott? No, no way. Brian Scott. Bobby Hamilton. Oh, wow. Junior's on here too. I wonder if it counts Xfinity series. Like Randy LaJoy? Probably not. Burton ran in the 14. He also ran the 66 for 2 to 4 races. MWR. Yeah, I don't remember that for whatever reason. Joe Nemechek. Thank you, chat. Ricky Craven. John Andretti. David Gilliland. Elliott Sadler. He was the other 55, so that was another MWR. I don't remember Elliott Sadler racing there. 42. Montoya? Ambrose? Did I put him yet? Nope. Allmendinger? Yeah, still under a lightning delay for anybody just tuning in. Tony Raines. Johnny Sauter. We were just talking about Andy Lally. Nope. Morgan Shepherd. He's on here. Schrader just raced for a long time. Yeah, Ken Schrader's on here. 22. Like, was it still Bill Davis racing? Like, we covered Blaney, the Burtons, Wimmer wasn't around long enough, probably, or I already had him. Put Pearson on here. I mean, Richard Petty was on the list, so I figured maybe David Pearson. Just didn't race enough, I guess. Yarborough has to be on here. Allison. There we go. Kulwicki. I don't think he's gonna be on here. He is though. Ernie Irvin. I think I put him already. I put Gant. Just put Rick Mast. There we go. Guys who raced. Like Kenny Irwin wasn't around long enough. Oh, he was. Okay. Barely. He was at 100. Number 100 on this list. No, they haven't gotten to halfway. Otherwise, they probably would have called it by now, honestly. As long as the wait has been. Halfway is lap 84. We're only at lap 36. I did put a post in the chat about it. At what lap we're on and that we're currently under a lightning delay. 71. I mean, Dave Marcus hung around for a while. We were talking about it earlier. There we go. Yeah, 79 of 100. 15 minutes. I put Newman already. Yeah, I was going to say. Danica Patrick. Oh my gosh. Almirola. There we go. Regan Smith. Can we get a perfect score on this? 36. See, it makes me think Front Row Motorsports, but it probably isn't. The 01 car. See, I think like Regan Smith, Mark Martin, Eric Almirola, we already got all those guys. Joe Nemechek, we already got him, right? Jerry Nadeau? Ooh, let's go. 92, 30. Top 100 on the all-time, our quiz right now for those of you just tuning in, top 100 highest career earnings in NASCAR history. We got 83 of 100 on the top 100 list. Logano. How did I not put him yet? Oh my gosh. Keselowski. I already got him. Okay. 78 car. Who drove at Furniture Row? I already got Truex. Kurt Busch drove there for a bit, but it wasn't the last ride he had. Maybe it wasn't even Furniture Row, but I would think it probably would have been. Regan Smith won race for him, but we already got Regan Smith. Elliott, I already got Elliott. Is Larson going to be on here? Kyle Larson, all right. Because this was last updated in 2017, which is the last time that they made all this public. So, yeah, I already got Austin Dillon and Stenhouse. Ted Musgrave. There we go. Chad Little. There we go. They were racing Stacey Compton. I mean, these are guys. No, Casey Atwood probably wasn't around enough. No. 87 of 100. No, not Hocevar. He's only been NASCAR for a few years. This is all time top 100 career earnings. There's definitely some older guys from like the 80s that I'm probably missing, but they weren't making as much then as what they were through the 90s, 2000s, and 2010s. So, like Jimmy Spencer, he's on here. Okay. I got like Schrader already. I put Morgan Shepherd yet? I think I did. Yeah. I'd assume I put him already. Yeah, David Pearson was not on here. They just didn't make as much money. Like Foyt probably didn't run enough races. Did I put John Andretti? I think I did. Scott Pruitt. Oh, he didn't run enough races. John Wood. Who ran enough races in Cup to get that much money? Through the boom period. Hornaday? That's a good. That was a good pull. Mike Skinner. There we go. I'm not even looking at the card numbers anymore because I don't remember Mike Skinner in the number 98. Jack Sprague. Did I put Sprague? I know I tried Bliss. What about? Oh man, we only got 1 minute. Scott Speed. Okay, we got Lake Speed too. Okay. $91 of 100. No, they were too young. Johnny Benson, yeah, he's got to be on here, right? Okay. Grissom. Well, ah, dang it. Forgot about Kevin LePage again. That was the first name I saw on there. Travis Quapple, Steve Park. Yeah, Park in that boom period of NASCAR, I probably should have gotten that. But Kevin LePage, I mean, he sneaks away from us on every one of these quizzes. I mean, I'm putting the blame on myself. Travis Quapple, though, I mean, yeah, I mean, he was racing at that time. Truck champ. Derek Cope. He just hung around for a long time. Robert Presley, Hut Strickland, Wally Dallenbach. See, I wouldn't have expected him to be on the list. But he did race a lot through the 90s. Dick Trickle. I wouldn't have expected like Trickle to be on the list and then like guys like David Pearson not to be. Like it just didn't make sense. I mean, we got 92%. Average score was 70%. 92 out of 100. I mean, we did pretty good. We had 15 minutes there. We did a pretty good job, all things considered. Drivers are getting back into the race cars at the moment here as we are still under red flag conditions, but the lightning delay shouldn't be a delay for too much longer. And again, we have 9 laps to go in stage 1 for where we left off in this race. So whoever said it was going to be between 11 to 11:30, that is not the case. Because drivers are getting back into their cars. But we should get back to racing here within the next 10 to 15 minutes, I would assume. All-star race drivers, I don't know if we have enough time. Let me see how long the quiz is. NASCAR All-Star Race. Winners. I feel like I have done this quiz before. A lead lap and an all-star race. That I've done. Yeah, I have done all-star race drivers already. I thought I did. All-time starts by the car number. Oh, yeah, that's 25 minutes. Oh, that's like driver for the car. No chance. No chance. 338 names. No way. Like, even like all-time NASCAR wins list is like 200 something. We can't get anywhere close. Yeah, I think we're just going to shut it down for the NASCAR trivia for the rest of the night. We do NASCAR trivia before every NASCAR Cup race on our pre-race, so we will have a quiz at some point tomorrow. And if we have any lightning delays during the course of tomorrow's action, which could be the case because we're going to have some inclement weather in the area probably tomorrow at some point, whether that be before the race and it gets out of there beforehand or whatever, there's a high probability of what we had tonight with lightning delays for tomorrow's Cup race. So we'll have some more NASCAR trivia, I'm sure, for the rest of the weekend, but that's going to wrap things up for the trivia side of things for right now. We're still under red flag conditions, but it looks like they are going to be lifting the red flag any moment here, and we'll get back to caution as drivers were getting back into the cars. Unless there's another lightning strike during the commercial break and the drivers to get back out of their cars again. That I don't know. Hopefully that's not the case. Thanks for everybody staying tuned in during the course of the rain delay. I know we lost a lot of viewers, and it is getting pretty late here on a Friday night. But appreciate you tuning in still, or staying tuned in. I tried to keep it as entertaining as I could through the trivia. It never rained here at the formerly known as Atlanta Motor Speedway, Echo Park Speedway. Rowdy Machine 18 saying that Creed will get his first win tonight. And you never pick him. He is one of the voting options in our voting poll. A lot of votes in tonight's poll. 215 people have voted for who you think is going to win tonight's race in our chat poll, which has obviously been open since the start of the stream, which would have been almost 3 hours now. 7:30 Eastern, we went live. Had about a 45 to 50 minute delay at the start of the race. I don't know how long this delay lasted, but this was longer than the one at the start. It looks like we are going to get back to racing here shortly. 40% of you took somebody other than Jesse Love, Austin Hill, or Sheldon Creed for the win. 25% had Austin Hill, who was the favorite coming in. He had some fuel pressure issues in the early going, which caused him to fall off the lead lap. He is still in the race, but with this caution, this team will probably go to work under the yellow and try to get it back out on the racetrack. I'm not sure how many laps he lost before the caution for lightning. Looks like Austin Hill is 6 laps down. That's going to be tough to get back on the lead lap, but try to keep him in the race, keep him from losing more spots in the point standings, because playoff points are awarded to the top 10 positions at the end of the regular season. We only have 80 likes on the stream despite 216 votes in the chat poll, so I appreciate you guys voting in the chat poll, but be sure to hit the like button on the stream as well if you haven't yet. We are at 80 likes. Our like goal was for 100 for today's stream. So we are getting close there. And Sheldon Creed has led every lap so far. Where we left off, we had a caution at lap 5, 5-car incident. 3 cars taken out of that 5-car incident. The 3 out of the race are Parker Retzlaff, Williams Sawalich, and Josh Williams. And the 2 that remain in the race from the accident were Blaine Perkins, who will get the free pass because of this caution, so he'll be back to 1 lap down. He was 2 down. And Christian Eckes, who was still in the lead lap and was actually running 23rd when the yellow for lightning came out. We will get a restart in before the end of stage 1. Red flag has been lifted. We are back under caution flag condition. We got fans that are taking their tarps off in the grandstands. They're ready. They are ready. They've been waiting for this for a few hours now. Cool to see the fans sticking it out in the grandstands here at Atlanta. And hopefully they get traded to some good racing for the rest of the night. And see them back at the track again tomorrow for the Cup race, too. Let's roll, indeed. Engines have refired. We'll still do our diecast showing at the end of stage 2 per usual when we do get there, which would be lap 90. That's when the chat poll will close at the end of stage 2 as well. There we go. Many of you just hit the like button after I told you to, so appreciate that. We're up to 88 now on our goal of 100. Might be able to get there before halfway through the race. Greatly appreciate that. It really helps the channel out a ton and pushes these live commentary streams forward as we do this every NASCAR race weekend. Quite the abundance of NASCAR trivia. I knew that the delay was not going to be long enough to do a NASCAR 08 race on top of the trivia. The only reason I was able to do that last week is because the next race I had scheduled I knew would get done in less than an hour and a half, and we had about a 2-hour delay before the start of the Pocono race. But I know that my next race is going to be like 3 hours on there, so I figured if it was going to be that long of a delay, they were going to call the race before then, so I wasn't going to start that and not be able to finish it. Or start it and then end up running like later into the night well after they already called the race. I wasn't going to do that either. Because as soon as this thing is done, I am going to bed. Because this race is probably not going to get done until about midnight-ish if I had to guess now. More cells coming from the south. Is that true? Is that a true statement? I mean, I'll check, but I know when I checked the hour-by-hour forecast, it was clear after 10 o'clock. We were just having to wait for the lightning to pass through. Pull up the radar for Hampton, Georgia. I mean, there is storms south of Atlanta. I don't know which way they're going. Let's see. I mean, there are showers south of the racetrack, but I think they're going to stay stagnated with where they're at. Because honestly, even the storms north of the racetrack are still there, but they dissipated in energy enough so that there isn't any more lightning. Because all the rain itself, has stayed north this entire time. I don't think a single drop of rain had touched the racetrack. A couple of the leaders are coming onto pit road here as we are reaching towards the end of stage 1. Connor Zillett, Sheldon Creed, the top 2 come to pit road, so Sam Mayer will take over as the race leader. This will be the first lead change of the night. I'd let you listen into the pit reports, but again, I don't have any audio for the broadcast on the CW, so you can listen into the live pit stops as they happen. I can let you do that, but that's pretty much all I can let you guys listen to. That isn't my voice for the rest of the night. Eric Almirola also on pit road from the top 10. Oh, you can't even hear the pit stops either. I thought the air guns were going to get picked up on the mic. They're not. All right, never mind. I'll mute it again. There's nothing there. For Bob Pockris, I'm not going to rely on Bob Pockris for my weather updates for the rest of the for the rest of the night. I'll gauge it for myself. There is rain south of the track, but if we want to be completely honest here, the storms that are north of the track still are much closer to the racetrack than what the Ones are to the south. I don't think that we're going to get any rain at the track tonight is going to be my prediction. I just hope that whatever storms are north of the track still continue to not gain whatever kind of energy needed for lightning to come about yet again. It's kind of frustrating, I feel like, even for the fans in attendance too, that there hasn't been a drop of rain, but we've been on this hold for lightning for what was a couple hours until getting back to caution flag conditions, which is where we're at the moment. Brandon Jones on pit road for an extensive period of time. Going to work on the back of his race car. Looked like they were working right around where the wedge adjuster might have went into the race car. I don't know if there were some major adjustments made with that or not. But we shall see. They'll be restarting with 5 laps to go in stage 1. And now Sam Mayer again is the race leader after staying out of the pits. Taylor Gray is in second. And he'll be on the inside of road number 1. I didn't even think about it. I know it's not I'm a pro wrestling fan, but I wasn't even thinking of SmackDown going on. I should have been doing like a live reaction to WWE Friday Night SmackDown as the rain delay was going on there if we ran out of trivia to do. But again, lights are out on the pace car. Sam Mayer and Taylor Gray again on the front row as there is a playoff point on the line. 10 regular season points. A lot of the drivers that stayed out for the most part do not have a win and are not locked into the Xfinity Series playoffs. Ryan Sieg, Nick Sanchez up at the front of the field along with Taylor Gray. Interesting that Sheldon Creed did pit though, because he's right around the bubble as well. Daniel Dye staying out. Green flag is back in the air at Atlanta, and we're back to racing again. Jesse Love giving a big push to Sam Mayer. Not so much for Taylor Gray on the bottom. He doesn't get a great push from Ryan Sieg, who's about a car length back on entry into turns 1 and 2. Mayer's well clear of the pack as they get up off the exit of the corner. Jesse Love swinging wide. He gets squeezed, and around goes Jesse Love. He turns the 39 up the racetrack, and we've got the big one on the back straightaway at Atlanta. First lap after a 2-hour lightning delay. And a lot of big hitters for this race win are taken out. Sammy Smith, Justin Allgaier, Jesse Love, Ryan Sieg all involved. Catherine Legg hit very hard against the inside, while Sheldon Creed, who just hit pit road from the lead, is caught up in the incidents. He's taken out. A lot of guys who you would consider to be playoff drivers at the Xfinity Series, some of which don't have a win. Some do, caught up in this wreck. They were 3 wide for the lead off of turn 2. Love was on the outside. Not sure if he got shuffled out of line or if he intentionally made that move. But once he was up there, I think he got clipped in the left rear and spun back down the racetrack in front of the rest of the pack. Nick Sanchez kind of bumped him. He got up out of line and then just got squeezed and around he went. I didn't notice that Love changed his lane on the outside, but he definitely got clipped in the left rear by the 40. This incident again, too. Love up on the outside near the wall. Yeah, that wasn't on Jesse Love at all. He got bumped out of line, then he was in the outside. He didn't change his lane. Sanchez was in the middle, and they just kind of ran out of room, and we get a big pile up on the back straightaway. Unbelievable. 27 of Jeb Burton was also involved with quite a bit of damage. Love pushed out of line off turn 2. He had a run on the outside and just got squeezed. Around he goes in front of the pack, and then melee from there. Well, this is going to end stage 1 under caution, and I believe Taylor Gray will win the opening stage here tonight at Atlanta. After a nearly 2-hour lightning delay, we get a crash at lap number 41 on the same lap of the restart. Lap 41, only about a half a lap into it down the backstretch. Ooh, Segan Allgaier's car is kind of slammed pretty hard, right side against right side. I finally saw the Sammy Smith hit that sheared across the entire back of his race car. I don't know who hit him, but somebody cleaned out the back bumper of Smith's car when he was sideways in the middle of 3 and 4. I don't know who caught him. Showing an onboard cam currently from the 16 of Eckes. No, he got through. I don't know who got Sammy Smith. Creed's out of his race car. His night's done. Imagine sitting in the hauler for a couple hours waiting out a lightning delay just to get back in your car, run a half a lap, and caught up in a gigantic incident while you were leading during the course of that lightning delay. That was Sheldon Creed. They pitted so they wouldn't have to pit during the stage break, cycle back out in front of the field, and the risk of doing that, you're in the middle of the pack for if something like this happens. Literally all three of my personal favorites for the race win, which would have been the three in the chat poll, are all done for the day. Unless Love can continue, but he's got quite a bit of damage. Sammy Smith's pulling into the garage. Mentioned the entire back bumper of his car got sheared off from another oncoming car. Austin Hill is still in the race, I guess, with the fuel pressure issues. Blaine Perkins will get back on the lead lap with the free pass. I believe he missed the wreck, so he got the free pass twice now at these last two yellows. A lightning delay and then this caution. And I think we're setting up for a wild card winner here tonight in what is now all of a sudden going to be a wild card race at Atlanta when it comes to the playoff standings for the NASCAR Xfinity Series season, because of the drivers that even remain in this race that have a win this year. Connor Zilisch, and that's it. Brandon Jones, how much damage does he have? Was he caught up in there? He was just on pit road. I think he might have missed the wreck. I think the only two Xfinity regulars that are on the lead lap after being involved in this incident are Brandon Jones and Connor Zilisch. So there's a very high probability that we are going to see a new winner tonight. And there are very few drivers that are in the Xfinity Series field that haven't won this year and haven't won in their entire Xfinity career. Because the only other drivers to add on to that list that would have won at the Xfinity Series level that are in this field and running for points, Eric Almirola, Harrison Burton has a few wins, and Sam Mayer. So there are only 5 drivers left on the lead lap that have ever won a race in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. We got guys like Taylor Gray who are leading now, Daniel Dye's in 3rd, Nick Sanchez is 4th, Christian Eckes 5th, Dean Thompson's in the top 10, Brennan Poole, Matt DiBenedetto, Carson Kvapil, Leland Honeyman. I guess Jeremy Clements has a win too. At Daytona, he's in 15th. How many cars involved? I'm not sure on the official count. The ones that I can confirm that were involved in the incident: Catherine Legg, Patrick Staropoli, Sammy Smith, Sheldon Creed, Justin Allgaier, Jeb Burton, Anthony Alfredo, Ryan Sieg, Jesse Love, Christian Eckes again, who is still in the top 10 and hasn't hit pit road despite being involved in the incident. He's got a huge hole in the left front fender. This is the second incident that he's been involved in, and the only 2 incidences of the night. There are 25 cars on the lead lap, and I don't think Eckes or Jesse Love are going to stay there. And they're still scored on the lead lap right now. Your top 10, and I think the reason why Eckes is staying out right now is so he could get stage points and then pull into the garage because he's currently in 6th. So I think that's why he hasn't hit pit road despite all the damage to his car. If he maintains his track position with where he's running right now, then he will get 5 stage points for finishing 6th. And then he'll probably come to pit road shortly thereafter. Not bad on the strategy side of things, especially when you consider that he's on the outside of the playoff bubble. And there's a very good chance that bubble's going to move tonight because we got a lot of drivers looking for their first wins of the season that remain in this race, while others that have a win are now done. So Taylor Gray again wins stage 1 here tonight at Atlanta. And I believe this is his second stage win of the year. No, it's his first. Okay. I remember him leading almost 100 laps at Martinsville this year, but he did not win a stage that night. So this is the first stage win for Taylor Gray, not only this season, but because he's a rookie, this is his first stage win ever in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. Then Sam Mayer second in stage 1, Daniel Dye third, Nick Sanchez fourth, Dean Thompson fifth, Christian Eckes with damage was 6th, then Brennan Poole 7th. Eric Almirola would have been 8th, Matt DiBenedetto 9th, Connor Zilic rounded out the top 10 for stage 1. And Eckes now out of the top 10, pitting. Well, pit road's closed, but again with the severe damage to his car. I don't know how much longer he was going to be able to ride around there, even at caution speed. 90 likes, there are 90 people in the stands. Are you saying we have more likes than people in the grandstands? Yeah, there was quite a few that left during the lightning delay. I definitely know that for a fact. I got tired of waiting for nothing. I wish I lived close enough to a racetrack where there'd be a delay like that and I could go home and just like return back to the track. And go home for a couple hours and then come back. Especially on a hot weekend like it is in Atlanta, go get some air conditioning and then just drive back. You probably get away with it for like an Xfinity race because the traffic getting in and out is nowhere near as bad as what it is for a cup race. Usually. I guess if you were already in the racetrack, though, once you leave, you probably can't return. So I think they only really scan your tickets the one time. But if you haven't entered the track yet and it's like delayed at the start, and you're like, oh, it's downpouring, they got to dry the track, it's going to be a few hours, then might be able to get away with it. Certain tracks, obviously, the bigger tracks, where we know it takes, a couple hours to dry the track off. Like a Pocono last week or a Dega or something. Yeah, the chat poll, I might be able to close it now, honestly. I mean, are we going to count Austin Hill out of this race? I don't know if we can. Yes, he's 6 laps down. The only problem with him like getting more cautions and getting back on the lead lap, to say we have 6 more yellows and he gets the free pass all 6 times. I don't think he's going to get the free pass all 6 times because there's going to be drivers from this incident that are going to be running like 1, 2, 3 laps down that are going to be ahead of him that is 6 laps down. Like, for instance, Blaine Perkins was caught up in that first incident of the night. He was a lap down. He's going to get back on the lead lap. Ryan Sieg, who's just caught up in this wreck, Jeb Burton, Anthony Alfredo, they were all caught up in this accident, but I think they're still in the race, but not on the lead lap. At least that's what I'm gauging off of our current scoring monitor. Hill's going to end up surpassing Creed and Allgaier here pretty shortly. A couple more laps. But he's still going to be a few laps behind some of those other guys that I just named. As long as they, keep their cars on the track. So while it's unlikely that Austin Hill gets back on the lead lap, he stays in the race, so he gets a top 20. Just a couple more cars drop out at this rate. So that's why you stay in it. Those are points. Justin Allgaier, you're racing for the regular season championship with, he's out of the race now. You might only beat him by a couple points, but that's better than losing, 20, 30 points to him if he would have ran the rest of the night and scored stage points. I like how the race fitness health report has Austin Hill and it says his least favorite is running. I find that hilarious because he's a bigger dude. He's a heftier boy. So for his least favorite exercise to be running, that's hilarious. I don't like running either. That's probably one of my least favorite exercises too. But it's funny coming from Austin Hill. Why would they do him like that? They did Austin Hill so dirty at his home track too. While he's 6 laps down, like as if his night wasn't already going bad enough. They probably didn't even ask him that. They probably just self-implied that yeah, it's probably running. Oh jeez. It's like crew members going to work on the left rear of Ryan Sieg's race car as he's on pit road getting more bare bond. Maybe having a loose wheel issue that the rear tire changer's working with for the moment. He was sliding. He actually slammed hard right side of his car at the right side of Justin Allgaier. They were both sliding and they just kind of slid into each other in the middle of turns 3 and 4. The current playoff cut line has gotten much tighter with the drivers in this incident. Sheldon Creed, who just DNF'd because of this wreck, was leading. Stage 1 at the time is now 2 points below the cut line. Harrison Burton's minus 2 points, but he's still in the race. Ryan Sieg has damage, but is still in the race, plus 2. Jeb Burton is a couple laps down, but seemingly still in at plus 9. Sanchez is still in the race with no damage, plus 7. I think he came in minus 20. And there's still 9 races to go in the Xfinity Series regular season. We still got fans dancing in the grandstands. I mean, there's a few people that are still having fun tonight. That's good. That's good to see. It's good to see people having fun. Hopefully you guys are having fun that are watching the stream live. It's definitely a long one here today. Probably, easily the longest Xfinity Series race stream of the season. I don't think we've had a single rain delay for the Xfinity Series all year, now that I think about it. We've had a couple for the Cup Series. The Daytona 500 and then the race last week at Pocono, at least before the start. Well, I'll ask you guys in the chat, who do you think is going to win now? All the issues we've seen. Just from this wreck alone. Going to head to bed? I don't blame you. It's definitely going to be a long night. We've had later nights on the channel though, so I mean, especially if you count the Rolex 24 stream. A lot of people don't know that I did that are regular viewers of the channel, just because it was during the off season. And I probably didn't market it as well on the channel. The week leading up to it, I did. But had I promoted that I was going to do that from like the end of the NASCAR season, I think we would have had more people tune in. We still had quite a few people tune in. But I think we could have had even more. So just keep that in a reminder during the NASCAR off season. If you're like, well, he doesn't do live commentary during the NASCAR off season because there's no NASCAR going on. Well, the Rolex 24 in January, I will be doing that again. But we will have a late night. It'll be a lot of fun. You know, I don't expect people to stay all 24 hours, but I was surprised how many people were still watching when it was like 2, 3, 4 in the morning. It wasn't many. I mean, we only had like 20, 30 people in the chat, but there was quite a few people in the chat still that I was not expecting. I was scared that there was only going to be like 2 or 3 people watching me just drag through the wee morning hours of the race, but we got through it. It was a lot of fun. IPSA's YouTube channel stopped in the middle of the stream out of nowhere when it was like 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning. They're like, hey, this is pretty cool. Oh, that woke me up pretty quick. That gave me that energy boost for like 3, 4 hours or so. Then I started getting tired again when I got to about 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. But I was I was as well prepared for it as I could have been. You know, I'll do even more next year to try to make sure I can stay awake a little bit better. I mean, I obviously did stay awake, but there were some moments there for about like an hour to an hour and a half or so from like 6 to 8 o'clock in the morning, right when the sun was coming back up again. That you could go back into that stream and you could see that my eyes were getting pretty heavy. I would blink and then my eyes were closed for like 2 or 3 seconds and then I'd kind of like snap out of it again. But I mean, it was worth it. It was worth it. Ricky Atkins, thanks for the $5 super chat. Just saying, great job. Appreciate it, man. It's 32 out. Yeah, Catherine Legg hit really hard, head on into the inside wall. She was in 11th when the lightning caution came out. So she was having a pretty good race, but obviously being right around that spot on the restart and where this wreck took place around row 2, that's a tough break. Yeah, there's no radio communications that we can hear right now, but they're queuing in on Jesse Love's number 2 team. The radio communications there. Connor Zilic is going to take over as the race lead as Taylor Gray and Sam Mayer, who stayed out to try to get the stage points. Gray got the race lead on the restart for a brief moment before the caution came out. So he comes in. Gray, Mayer, Sanchez, Poole, a lot of those drivers who stayed out to get stage points, Daniel Dye, they're all in the pits. So they'll be changing 4 tires and making their really first adjustments of the night. And Zilic will take over as the race leader as he was the first running of those that pitted during the lightning caution and missed the wreck on that last restart. Mayer going to win the race off of pit road in the 41. Just ahead of Nick Lights, then Taylor Gray. Nick Sanchez, Daniel Dye, the top 5 in that race out of the pits. Dean Thompson also came in. I mentioned Brendan Poole was in the pits as well. Just over half a dozen cars altogether. It's like we might get an uncontrolled tire penalty for the 54 team. That's tough. And there's not many cars on pit road. I feel like that's just a mistake that can't happen. Looked like he went to swing the front tire. It was a front tire changer. He went to swing the right front tire that came off the race car around the front and hit the splitter of the 54 and just started rolling away from him. So a few positions will be lost there. Kind of sucks with as many drivers out of the race that I can't have the driver interviews because that's all you hear. I don't even know if you guys can hear anything because there's nothing there audio-wise for my end on the CW. This is the second week in a row. If you guys watched our live commentary stream for the Xfinity Series at Pocono last week, we had same issues here on the channel where I could view the race, you know, my local CW, but for some reason there's no audio for commentary. And there were a couple of people last week that said that they were having the same problems too. So it must have been select regions of the country that were having that issue with the CW. So you have to let me know if you guys are having the same issue again this week, or if anybody else, you know, knew that maybe didn't have that issue last week and are having it this week for people who can watch. Last 24, I was the Pratt and Miller boys on their feed. I don't even know who that is, but it's cool that there are other people out there that check out the Rolex 24. I think I'm the only NASCAR YouTuber that was doing it. I don't know. I didn't really look during the course of the stream because I was streaming, but I mean, I guess I had 24 hours. I would have had the time to try to scroll through and see if anybody else was doing anything like that. I would like to try to get some help maybe next year to do that. You know, maybe have some people, you know, like call in or something like other NASCAR YouTubers. That'd be pretty cool. It's like random hours of the race. Like, hey, can I schedule to get you in like the 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock hour or something? Kind of co-commentate. Like, I can do a couple hours by myself at a time, but it'd be nice to have somebody else that was also talking to me throughout the course of the stream. Like, I was literally just trapped in here talking to myself for 24 hours. Like, there was nobody around me. Like, it was cool to engage with the chat, but not having that other human to human connection. that made it tough. That made it tough. Like I can do that for a few hours when I'm streaming like this, but for 24 hours straight, that was also kind of a hard part about it. It was cool reacting with you guys as we would normally do for like races like this, but those moments I was like, yeah, I kind of wish somebody else was here too. I just get stream not available screen every once in a while. Oh yeah, I did get that once in the first lightning delay before the start of the race, but I haven't gotten it since the race started. I did get that screen at one point. I had to log out of Hulu and log back in a couple times, then it finally popped back up, the normal race feed. All right, so lengthy caution with the cleanup, plus it ran into the end of stage one. They ran about 15 caution laps by the time they will end up going green, and we'll have about 36 laps to go in stage two. Again, to make this race official, if for whatever reason we have another lightning delay or something of that nature later, then lap 84 would be that target lap that we have to get to just before the end of stage two. So the two JRM Chevys on the front row will be Connor Zilisch and Carson Kvapil. Leland Honeyman was in second, but elected the outside lane behind our row one starter Zilisch. Green flag is in the air. We're back underway here at Atlanta. Stage two will begin. And Taylor Gray, who won the opening stage, had a pit road penalty of those that pitted for that uncontrolled tire penalty, so we'll see how he can come back. Not a whole lot of cars on the lead lap, though, either, so he's not too far back there. He's about row 7 or so. Green flag is, again, back in the air, and then through turns 3 and 4 on this opening lap following the restart. Still side by side for the lead between the 1 and the 88 of Kvapil and Zilisch. Zilisch still on the outside, Kvapil down low in the bottom, and Kvapil will lead his first lap of the race by 1/1000th of a second at the start-finish line that last time by. That makes for our third lead change of the night. We'll see how long Kvapil can hang in there for, because the bottom lane is definitely not as dominant as the outside here at this reconfigured Atlanta, and especially on the Xfinity truck races here. The Cup Series can hold the bottom a little bit better with their super speedway package and just overall race cars in general compared to the lower downforce on the Xfinity Series side of things. Very tight around the inside. A lot of bumps at this racetrack. It's aging very quickly. Kvapil and Zilisch still nose to nose. Almirola hasn't really gotten to the back bumper of Kvapil in the inside lane to give him much of a push. Kvapil's doing a great job down the straightaways, side drafting Zilisch, and having the shortest route around the racetrack on the bottom of the track through the corners is enough for him to barely hold on. Cooler track temps as we get deeper into the nighttime as well. More so than what we would usually get had we not had any weather implications earlier. Ambient temps supposed to be down in the low 70s by the end of the race now, versus if it would have ended between that 9 and 10 o'clock hours, still would have been right around 80. Kvapil with his nose out in front did not lead the last lap at the line, though. It was Connor Zilisch. And we got a car slamming the wall off turn 4 at the back of the lead pack. Not sure who it was. We do stay green for the moment. It's right up the end of the camera angle that they had at the time of that happening. Apparently, whoever it was able to make a save against the wall, and again, we stay green. Going to show the replay of it. Looked like it was the 91. We gotten up against the wall off of turn 4. That was CJ McLaughlin. And McLaughlin has fallen off the lead lap. He did get against the wall pretty hard, too. He had quite a bit of damage to the right rear of his race car. He was just hanging out around the tail end of the pack when his car had broke loose. He qualified up in the top 10, started 8th today. But unfortunately, this is going to drop him off the lead lap and probably put an early end to his night. No debris, though. Carson Kvapil has done an amazing job on the inside of Connor Zilisch. Every lap from the restart, he's been underneath the 88, and Zilisch has not been able to pull clear of his teammate. Surprised that one of them isn't just letting the other back up in line. Primarily Zilich, who is on the outside, not to just let the one in front of him and try to take control of the race. We'll see if he gets close to clearing, if he maybe gets out of the gas, but he doesn't. He aggressively side drafts the right rear corner panel of Quapple's car again. Gets a great pull off the exit of turn 4, and now Quapple's going to try to pull him back on the left rear corner panel as they race around the front straightaway. And down into turn 1, now Quapple's clear. Great job. Pulls up to the outside in front of Zilich. Finally, off of turn 2, and Almirola will now lead the inside line. Behind Almirola has Clements and Jones. Zilich pulled out of the outside lane in 3 and 4, makes a pass on his teammate Quapple to the bottom, clear high off 4, and Zilich leads again. So Quapple was clear off turn 2. Zilich was able to get the crossover move in 3 and 4, cleared him right back. Quapple still runs in line behind Zilich through 1 and 2 this time around. Honeyman in 3rd on the outside, and Almirola fading a bit down low on the bottom still. Almirola looking for a hole to get back up into the outside without losing too many more spots. Matt DiBenedetto in 4th place is now on the outside of the 19. Clements and Jones still on the bottom behind Almirola. Almirola getting held very tightly by DiBenedetto, who was the outside lane car still. Here's Burton trying to close to the back of the 99, maybe give him a little push down one of these straightaways, get both of them clear of the cars down low on the bottom. While the top 3 are single file at the front of the pack. DiBenedetto pushing the 70, and DiBenedetto is narrowly clear of the 19 of Eric Almirola getting into 3. Almirola full throttle, slides up. DiBenedetto still there. Now DiBenedetto with the corner exit speed. Harrison Burton catching up in the draft. Matty D clears the 19 yet again. And Harrison Burton to the outside of Eric Almirola for 5th, and had a big run at that. Jesse Love, with the nose damage to his race car, is still in the race. And charging, as he is inside the top 10, currently in the 7th place position. I would have expected him to be out of the race, or at least out of contention with the nose damage. There's a lot of bare bond on the front of his race car. There was definitely a hole in the nose. Great job by Jesse Love on this restart, gaining as many spots as he has. He's actually gotten himself up to 6th now on the inside of Harrison Burton, who did not win the battle with Eric Almirola for the 5th spot moments ago. Still 25 laps left yet in Stage 2. Almirola right back to the inside of Matt DiBenedetto for 4th once more. Harrison Burton pulls from the top to the bottom underneath DiBenedetto now. Almirola pulls clear of the 99. And Burton going to try to do the same. Burton on the inside is leading the 2 of Jesse Love a little closer to his back bumper. Burton has a moment on the bottom lane of the racetrack, and he now stacks up Jesse Love, who's in the middle 3 wide off of turn 4. Quite a few cars still around Jesse Love. He's still in the middle 3 wide, getting down into turn 1. And is going to find a hole to get back down on the bottom. Sam Mayer now 3 wide. And he's to side by the exit of turn 2. Oh, we got trouble on the front straightaway now. Nick Sanchez is around and in the grass. Caution flag is out for the first time at Stage 2. And her 4th time in the race, and probably had some help. It does look like both of his right side tires are flat, but that might be because of the slide and locking up the tires as a result of the spin. He's got a little bit of damage on the splitter from digging into the grass on the front stretch, but not a lot. Said Jesse Love probably has more damage than he does. And Love is still running. So Sanchez gets back to pit road. Hopefully they can keep this car on the lead lap still. Get it back out there. It almost looks like all 4 of his tires are flat, honestly. Splitter's definitely dragging across the ground. The left rear looked pretty soft. Might have flat spotted all 4 tires in the slide on the front stretch. So again, our 4th caution, Nick Sanchez. The cause of it, still on the side-by-side commercial break on my end, so haven't seen a replay yet. Connor Zilic, the race leader at the time of the incident. Carson Kvapil in 2nd, Leland Honeyman 3rd, Eric Almirola 4th, Matt DiBenedetto in 5th. Then Harrison Burton 6th, Jeremy Clement 7th, Jesse Love 8th, Taylor Gray 9th, and Brandon Jones rounds out the top 10. Puncture on the right front tire for Nick Sanchez, but Matt DiBenedetto holding him tight to the bottom. They got off of turn 4. And there was contact between DiBenedetto and Sanchez. Both cars met in that first kink of the front stretch oval. A D shape on the front stretch here at Atlanta. The first little kink is where they made contact. The 48 was on the bottom. The 99 was on the outside. It looked like the 48 and the 99 just kind of met each other in the middle. The 99 might have moved off the wall a little bit. The 48 might have moved up a little bit. And contact was made, and the 48 is the one that goes around. Big save by Harrison Burton the lap before that. On the inside of Matt DiBenedetto. Didn't lose too many spots, surprisingly. Got back up in the outside. The couple cars behind him stayed out of the way. And sure there's some radio communications going on with the 99 right now. Not sure exactly who was at fault there, but definitely drivers kind of meeting in the middle. Kind of similar to how that first incident of the night took place with Christian Eckes and Blaine Perkins, where it looked like one driver's holding another kind of tight. Eckes holding the 31 of Perkins kind of tight. Perkins moved just a little bit, and around went both cars. Only in this case, DiBenedetto will live to see another lap and remain in the top 5 as well. While Sanchez goes for a spin, has to come onto pit road, and we'll see if that 48 team again can stay on the lead lap. 25 cars are currently on the lead lap. I believe Christian Eckes will get the free pass, who's involved in 2 incidences already tonight, but is still in the race. Got 10 drivers out of the race right now. Anthony Alfredo, Ryan Sieg, Justin Allgaier, Sheldon Creed, Sammy Smith, Catherine Legg, Patrick Staropoli, William Sawalch, Parker Retzlaff, Josh Williams are all out of the race. So 28 cars remain in, and again, 25 of them on the lead lap. Eckes will now be 1 lap down with the free pass. McLaughlin is 5 laps down as he came onto pit road after getting against the wall, lost a handful of laps shortly after the restart, but he is still in the race. And then Austin Hill 6 laps down, still on track after having some fuel pickup issues in the opening 35 laps before the lightning delay. But it seems like they have fixed the 21 car because he's been at speed and still trudging on at 6 laps down. So once more, Connor Zilic, our race leader. Still says we're at 3 lead changes, which can't be the case because the 1 and the 88 changed the lead a couple of times. Let me refresh the page here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. I'm pretty sure that they changed the lead a couple of times between each other. Because then Sheldon Creed led at the start. That was preceded by, obviously, Taylor Gray winning stage 1, but he didn't even restart with the lead. So that should have been 2 lead changes. The 3rd lead change would have been the 88 having the lead for the last restart. And the 1 was scored with a couple of laps led over Zilic. He actually cleared him once, and then Zilic got him back. Which that was on the same lap, but I'm positive that Quapple led a couple of laps in that stretch. So I would think we should have 4 or 5 lead changes, but it's still showing 3 on our end. Short pit here, keep rolling at the stage caution. I think we're a little too early yet. Because the stage yellow, the final stage is 73 laps. And the fuel window is around 60 to just over 60. So they could probably stretch it to the end, especially if we get any caution laps in stage 3. So you're going to want to pit as close to the end of stage 2 as you possibly can. If you pit now, it'd probably be the back half of the lead lap just to top off. Change 4 fresh Goodyears, but I don't expect a lot of people to come in here. Tires matter at this Atlanta. We've seen it over the last several races here, really across all 3 series, that you can make quite a bit of gains on 4 fresh tires. Across any one of these top 3 series is very low grip. So we're going to have 17 laps to go in the restart here at Atlanta. The Echo Park Speedway. And we'll see how Connor Zilic does from the lead this time. Had a heck of a battle with Carson Quapple on the last restart. They were door to door for a good 5 or 6 laps. Quapple pulled clear. Zilic with the crossover in the next corner, and then a couple laps later, the caution for Nick Sanchez came out. So we stack things up again. Now Quapple's on the outside of row 1 behind his teammate. And Matt DiBenedetto will be the inside of row 1 as the green flag is back in the air. DiBenedetto's got Harrison Burton on the bottom lane pushing him. Quapple still pushing Zilic well into the first turn. He's going to have to be careful as they work their way towards the exit of turn 2. He's still pretty tight on the nose. An evasive maneuver by Harrison Burton to jump up into that outside between the 1 and the 70 for 3rd place. Found the hole. He wasn't wasting any time. And DiBenedetto, who still leads the bottom, now has Jesse Love and Taylor Gray behind him. But they have let these top 4 cars on the outside clear. And I don't think DiBenedetto's Viking Motorsport car is strong enough to lead this line on the bottom of the track. He doesn't have much damage, but I just don't think the equipment is there to be able to pull a line. And Jesse Love, being a push car with the damage to his nose, probably isn't going to be able to help him either. Harrison Burton had that slight bit of a hole. It wasn't much, but was able to get up in line. Can't hesitate when you make that move. You see that hole open, you got to go for it immediately, because the longer you take to make that decision, the hole's going to close up, and that's where a wreck could happen. DiBenedetto luckily able to get up in the outside lane behind the 70 of Honeyman in 6th place. Jesse Love, Taylor Gray now still down on the bottom trying to lead the charge. There is definitely still some speed in that Jesse Love number 2 car. Because he's underneath Matt DiBenedetto, who with no damage, granted, not as funded of equipment as a lot of these drivers up in the front of the field, but he wasn't able to lead the inside. Jesse Love is kind of hanging with DiBenedetto still. And now he's actually caught up to Leland Honeyman in the 70, who is around 4th place on the outside, and Love's making headway through 3 and 4. Now he's up to the inside of Harrison Burton for 3rd on the front stretch. Side drives him a bit. Taylor Gray's not close enough behind him to try to give a bump draft to Love and really get him going. Whatever ground Jesse Love made that last lap, now he's right back to where DiBenedetto is yet again. Love side drives to Benedetto on the back straightaway. Now here comes Taylor Gray. Closes in on the back of the 2. Didn't physically push him, but maybe a little bit of an air push, just getting close enough to the back of the 2 car. It was closer to what he was the lap before. Love now side drafting Honeyman on the front stretch, again for fourth. Shortest way around the track on the bottom through 1 and 2, but again, he just loses too much time by corner exit to the cars in the numbers game really on that outside. It's a combination of the numbers game and how flat these straightaways are at this new Atlanta with how big the banking is on the racetrack and obviously more so on the top side versus the bottom. So much straight line speed off the exit. It's a couple mile-an-hour difference, and that's all the difference needed to keep the bottom lane stagnated enough unless you have just a really, really good race car, which Love might have had at one point, but probably doesn't anymore with the nose damage right in the center. It really just couldn't be any more square with the nose of his Chevrolet. 11 laps to go in the stage this time by at the line. Daniel Dye side drafted pretty heavily. A couple cars in that bottom lane back of where the 54 and the 2 are. Jesse Love almost had a hole. Squeezes Harrison Burton into the wall, and Burton goes around on the back straightaway. An aggressive move by Jesse Love and a great save by Burton as he barely keeps it off the inside wall, sliding down the back straightaway. Flat spot to the left side tires, but that looks like all the damage to the 25, which is very minimal. He'll be able to fight on. Gonna lose his track position, though. He was obviously battling for third there with Jesse Love. Love tried to squeeze into the outside, tried to pull the same move that Harrison Burton did a couple laps before that. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough room that time for Love. Burton goes around, and when he spun down the back straightaway, he actually clipped the back of the Daniel Dye 10 car. And that rear bumper cover is about ready to fall off of Daniel Dye's car, and he's going to have to come to pit road, sacrifice his top 10 running position. Dye's in fourth. Showing a replay, there was a gap for Love to move up, but he wasn't quite clear of the 25 yet. And as he moved up, the 25 obviously in a position where he just ran out of racetrack. Got ran up by the 2. He might have tried to lift, but even at that point, it was a little too late because then the 70 got in the back of the 25. Clipped the right rear of Daniel Dye. Somehow didn't send him head on into the outside wall, but it did take the rear bumper cover off. And just an incredible save to keep that car off the inside wall. Not only head on for Harrison Burton, but even the left side of the race car as he was tail whipping the left rear back around to the center of the back straightaway. Definitely could have been another big one in the same area of the track where we saw the first big one late in stage 1. Well, they're going to be showing that replay a lot, I think, for the rest of the night just because of the save itself by Harrison Burton. It's amazing he got that car corrected to turn back to the right as quickly as he did with how far sideways it was. I mean, it was so far sideways, the right rear was facing more forward than the right front at one particular time in that slide. And he was still able to get the car over-rotated back to the right with, again, not hitting the driver's side door or that area of the race car against the inside wall in the back straightaway. A lot of cars coming to pit road, so this opens up that question for somebody asked in the chat earlier about, pitting here and then staying out during the stage break to flip it. Well, that is what we're going to see now since we're in the final 10 laps of stage 2. It's a little bit closer to the end. The drivers who will pit during the stage will still have a little bit more fuel in their cars if we do see a fuel mileage race in stage 3. But as for right now, some of these teams want to come down. Obviously, Daniel Dye going to come down. They need to fix that back bumper. But Zilich is in. Taylor Gray is in the pits as well. And a few others. Right side's only for Taylor Gray. That's interesting with how few cars are on pit road. I'm surprised he didn't just take 4. See if the 88 team is going to take right sides only or change all four. Looks like they're going to change all four on the 88. Well, we're going to get a restart in before the end of stage 2, but we're not going to have many laps left in the stage. This is our 5th caution of the night. 4 lead changes now. Carson Kvapil will take over the race lead during the yellow, as the then race leader Connor Zilch came onto pit road. Now official if we get any more weather. Yep, we are at lap 84, which is exactly halfway in tonight's race. So in the event of any more weather, this race will be official. Should stay south of the racetrack. It's just, up to the lightning side of things if the storms start to dissipate, but they should stay south of the track, and then whatever's north should still stay north based off of how the radar's been. Unless the wind changes directions, I guess, but that hasn't happened, at least to this point. I'm no weather expert, but that's what the radar, at least according to the Weather Channel app, was basically determining for the future forecast of just really what it's been over the last 3 or 4 hours since we went live on the channel for this race. So getting closer to the end of stage 2, lights are going to be out on the pace car, and they will be going green this time by. Kvapil on the outside of row 1, Brandon Jones on the bottom. Row 2, we're going to have Jeremy Clements, Jesse Love, Brennan Poole, Matt DiBenedetto. Row 3, row 4 for Nick Sanchez, Dean Thompson. And row 5 is going to be Kyle Sieg and Blaine Perkins, who was 2 laps down back at stage 1. And now back up in the top 10 here as we begin stage 2. How about that? All right, well, green flag back in the air again. Kvapil Jones, front row. Pretty good restart for Brandon Jones down on the bottom. Great push by Jeremy Clements in the 51 behind him. Jesse Love going to go to the outside. 3 wide. We got a spin down into turn 1, bottom of the racetrack. And that was Jeremy Clements, who was the inside of row 2. Got hit from behind by whoever the third car was on the inside of row 1. He made a great save down on the bottom of the track and kept his car down on the bottom of the track from coming back up across the racetrack in front of traffic, but the caution flag waves in the midst of that spin by Clements. Brennan Poole in the 44 is getting a pretty big shove from Nick Sanchez. And just got right into the back of the 51, right in the middle of turns 1 and 2. So around goes Clements. Definitely didn't take much, but in the center of the corner like that, Brennan Poole couldn't stop the forward momentum quick enough to keep it off the 51 after the push he got from Nick Sanchez, and around goes Jeremy. This might end this stage, because we restarted with 5 laps left. We're at 4 to go under the caution. They have to open pit road. I mean, they could open pit road right now, which they might have. Looks like the lights were still on. Maybe they open pit road with 3 to go, but then they would have to give them the 1 to go signal with 2 to go. If they don't do that, it looks like the stage is going to end under caution. Right as we were getting back to green flag racing, Brandon Jones got to the lead over Carson Kvapil as they restarted. And Jesse Love actually got into second place. So both of the two cars, first Love, who's on the outside of row one, went to the outside of Kvapil 3 wide into the first turn. He got by Kvapil. Jones on the inside, because of the push initially from the 51, was able to get to the lead. And there's a very good possibility that Brandon Jones is going to end up winning stage 2. Watching live on the CW stream, no audio. 75 in SoCal. Can't find the CW. Supposed to be local, but no racing. That's interesting. So I don't have any audio either. I don't have any commentary audio, so it's hard to give you guys updates on exactly what's going on in the race because I can't hear anything. I have the visuals, obviously, which is why I'm able to at least do the commentary of the race still, but yeah, for updates, like I didn't know the fuel pressure issue with Austin Hill when it first happened. He was slow for a couple laps. People in the chat were letting me know what happened, so I was a little bit behind on that story there early, but doing the best I can with what I've got. But yeah, I don't have anything either on the audio side. I can hear the cars, but I can't hear commentators. And it was like that for me last week when they were at Pocono too for the Xfinity Series on CW. Appreciate you coming here though for the stream, middle of the night. Well, maybe not for you out on the West Coast, California, but for me here on the East, it's going to be Saturday morning here before long. It means we're probably going to end up having 3 streams on Saturday if you count this one. I'm going to just expect that this stage is going to end under caution, which is probably why they went to commercial already. Stage ends under yellow. The Brandon Jones is going to get the stage win. And he's already locked into the playoffs with a race win on the season. This will be his 7th playoff point. 2nd stage win of the year for Brandon Jones. Second in stage 2 will be Jesse Love, even with the damage sustained from the big one. Carson Kvapil 3rd in the stage. Matt DiBenedetto 4th. Huge stage day for Matt DiBenedetto. I believe he's going to get double-digit stage points. Brendan Poole, I think, was 7th back in stage 1, 5th here in stage 2. Dean Thompson in 6th. Nick Sanchez 7th. Kyle Sieg 8th. Blaine Perkins 9th. Ryan Ellis rounds out the top 10. 1 point per position for the season standings. And again, playoff point for Brandon Jones for winning the stage towards the playoff standings. F. Weasel, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the commentary. Well, thank you for tuning in. I say it a lot, but I really do mean it. I mean, if you guys didn't tune into these live commentary streams every weekend, I would be able to do them every weekend. And helps keep the channel afloat. And love talking NASCAR, you know, especially as it's happening over the course of the race like we do here. So stage 2 is going to end under caution. Again, Brandon Jones will win the stage. They're just getting to 1 to go right now under the yellow. Pit road will open the following time by. While we wait on pit road to open, we'll take a quick break of our own. Again, you're listening live here on KRC to the NASCAR Xfinity Series Focused Health 250 at Atlanta. It's been a long one here today. Just over 4 hours into the stream with the lightning delay at the start of the race, the 2-hour lightning delay in the middle. But stage 3 will be beginning here shortly. Oh, I know you're not complaining about the stream. You're probably complaining about the CW's efforts with the Xfinity Series race coverage, I'm sure. I didn't realize I still had the pin up at the top of the chat for the weather delay. That obviously hasn't been going on for about the last hour or so. Slow race pace still, though, with the cautions. Not counting the red flag time and then the 45-minute delay at the start of the race. We're at about an hour and 40 minutes into tonight's action. 90 laps completed as we begin stage 3, just ending stage 2 out of 163. So again, stage 3 will be 73 laps in length. The field window is just over 60 green flag laps. If we go green all the way through stage 3, which based off the pace of this race probably is going to happen, but if it did, I don't think these teams are going to be able to make it on fuel by pitting right now. We didn't even have a half a lap of green flag action there, so you're not really going to have much more fuel in the cars pitting during the caution for the stage rather than the caution before that. A little bit more, which is still going to help, but not a lot compared to the track position that is going to be lost. I swear I just saw some like heat lightning or something in the background off of turn 4. We don't need any more delays. We're good. I swear I saw something. My eyes could be deceiving me. I mean, we've been going at this for a minute now. We actually, I mean, this isn't the longest stream we've had in the last week. Because the Pocono race, I think we went 6 hours with the delay at the start there. And obviously, being a cup race, it's going to be longer than what these Xfinity and truck races are altogether. So this stream altogether still isn't going to be as long as that one was. I just got to hope that tomorrow's cup race, we don't have the same problems. Doubleheader tomorrow on the channel. Again, we will have the Craftsman Truck Series race, which will be coming your way at 1 p.m. Eastern, Lime Rock Park. Weather looks clear for that race, I can promise you there. And then the Cup race tomorrow night, we'll begin our coverage at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. That is at Atlanta. It's a standalone truck event. Pit road is open this time by Taylor Gray going to stay out. He's going to consume the race lead. Leland Honeyman will be second. Eric Almirola third. And most of the other lead lap cars are coming into pits. Harrison Burton, who had that spin before, now is going to gain all of his track position back because obviously he pitted for fuel before that because he had the spin, and now he's up to 4th. But Jones is in the pits. Quapple's in. Jesse Love. Matt Benedetto. Brendan Poole all from the top 5. We'll see who goes right sides only versus maybe 4 tires. Four-tire stop for Quapple. Jesse Love and Brandon Jones just getting into their pit box. 4-tire change for Jones in the 20. Same for Love in the 2. Village going to go right sides only. Same for Sam Mayer. So 2 teams take right sides only, and everybody else on pit road takes 4. So Mayer and Zilich will jump up close to the top 5, because I'm not sure exactly how many cars stayed out. At least 4. There were a couple lap cars that were mixed in there, so it's hard for me to tell exactly how many were on the lead lap that stayed out of the pits, but not many. And Mayer by about a half a car length over. Zilich wins the race off of pit road, and looks like where they will be lining up, they're going to be in 5th and 6th. So there were only 4 lead lap cars that stayed out. 5 lead lap. I didn't realize Garrett Smithley was on the lead lap. So 5 lead lap cars stayed out. So Mayer and Zilich, who took rights only, will be 6th on back, 6th, 7th. 8th on back, took 4 fresh tires. But when you consider the fact that the top 5 that stayed out, they pitted during the stage yellow. Or before the stage yellow. The yellow before the stage yellow, if that makes sense. And they really only have a fire off through the restart zone more on their tires than everybody else who just pitted. So pretty even on tires and relatively even on fuel. A few extra caution laps worth of fuel in everybody's cars that just pitted. If we continue to have a lot of cautions in stage 3 like we had through stage 2 and the late going to stage 1 since we came back from the lightning delay, I would imagine that these teams will be good on fuel to the end of the race. But until we see those 1 or 2 cautions in this final stage, you can't guarantee it. So again, front row will be Gray and Honeyman. Row 2 will be Almirola Smithley. Harrison Burton, Sam Mayer, row 3. Row 4 going to be Zilich and Jones. Quapple, Love right around row 5. We're going to have 70 laps to go at Atlanta on the restart. All NASCAR since the 79 Daytona 500. Commentary is excellent. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, I mean, this is... I'd say this is the equivalent of a radio style broadcast if one person was to do the radio style broadcast. Obviously, when you're actually listening to MRN or PRN, they're going to have, 4 or 5 guys talking throughout the course of their coverage. it's just me here, but not having the visuals, obviously, that I could show on screen for copyright reasons. We got a leaderboard. We got the statistical analysis and data that I need to give you guys the commentary, and we can track lap times and stuff depending on certain racetracks that they're racing at on any given weekend. I got the race at the forefront in front of me. It's basically what they do on a remote booth nowadays with like the Fox truck broadcast. Green flag back in the air. They got more camera angles than I do, though. I only got the hard cam. They got everything else. Taylor Gray and Eric Almirola still nose-to-nose for the lead. JGR teammates battling for the front at the beginning of the pack. Only 3 cars are down on the bottom of the racetrack for the time being. Jesse Love is the 4th car to jump to the inside, a little further back, restarting just outside the top 10. Huge draft off the back of the 88 of Zilich. He pulled past about 2 or 3 cars down the backstretch. Almirola side drafts his teammate Gray out in front of the field and nearly touch in the middle of the front stretch. That was very aggressive by Almirola. It split the pack up so much so that Honeyman jumped out of the outside line. He got stuck 3 wide middle. Harrison Burton gets by both cars to the bottom. Now Burton leads the inside. Almirola got up high in front of his teammate Gray, and Almirola leads the race. I believe this is the first time Eric Almirola has been out in front here tonight at Atlanta. Harrison Burton really tight in that bottom lane behind the 19 who jumped to the bottom for a quick moment and then back to the top off the exit of the corner. Burton lifted, log jammed the bottom, and now he's about the 5th place car on the outside as he jumps up in front of Brandon Jones. Just enough clearance to get up there. Honeyman, Zilich, and Love are the only 3 cars that are still left on the inside, and they're going backwards in a hurry. Honeyman battles on the inside of the 20 of Brandon Jones for 6th. Zilich underneath of Sanchez for about 8th. While the front 5 are single file around that middle to upper groove of the track most of the way around this 1.5 mile oval at Atlanta. 67 laps to go. 7 lead changes, 6 yellows, 46 laps under caution, and what we've only completed 98 of 163 laps tonight. Almirola started the day in 10th. Kind of quietly in the back half of the top 10 for most of the day. Obviously able to miss all the incidences that take place in this race and in the pack. But yeah, these are the first 3 laps he has led so far. Taylor Gray, who won stage 1 earlier tonight, obviously back up at the front. 14 laps led for him. Connor Zilich has led for 32 laps, which I believe is the most in this race. Second most, actually, Sheldon Creed from the pole. 37 laps led. He's been in the garage area since the big one towards the end of stage 1. That was the first half of a lap after the lightning delay restart back in the opening stage. So Creed's still at the most laps led. Jesse Love, the lone car down on the bottom lane of the racetrack, falls outside of the top 10. He'll be able to get into the outside line in the second group of cars back around 14th. Nick Sanchez is the only car on the bottom in the lead draft. And the lead draft is only made up of about 8 cars. They pulled away from the 9th place car of Leland Honeyman, who seems to be holding that second line back just a bit. And of all the cars that are in this front group of 8, they're pretty much all the stronger teams in the Xfinity series. I mean, you got 2 JGR Toyotas leading it. You got a Haas Ford of Sam Mayer in 3rd, who's top 5 in points. Carson Kvapil for Junior Motorsports is up there. Brandon Jones is in that group. Connor Zilich is in that group. And really the only 2 outliers of like underdogs, if you will, by way of race team in this group at the front is Harrison Burton for AM Racing, who's stuck in the middle of the pack in 5th. And Nick Sanchez at the tail end of this line in 8th. Just trying to hang on as he was able to get back into the outside, obviously behind everybody else. Honeyman trying to get a draft off of this lead pack to get this second group of cars up to the front group. See who else is in that second group behind Honeyman who can maybe help him. And Jesse Love obviously is in that group. He's in 12th. He's made up 2 spots, so he's picked off a couple positions since falling back that way. If he can get to the front of that line, even with the damage he has, is probably better than that 70 car to try to lead this second group to the front of this pack. The problem is they get to the front, and the inside line is just at the mercy of the cars up on the outside. I don't know how much ground Love's actually going to be able to make. Now, if Love's car didn't have any damage to it, I would feel a lot more confident in him trying to lead the charge on the bottom, even with being at the detriment of the cars at the outside. But it's going to be a work in progress, to say the least. Lap 104 of 163, 60 laps to go at Atlanta. Almirola is our race leader. Taylor Gray in second, Sam Mayer third, Carson Kvapil fourth, and Harrison Burton rounds out the top five in fifth. Brandon Jones is in sixth. Connor Zillard seventh, Nick Sanchez eighth, Leland Honeyman 19th, Thompson in 10th. Jesse Love up another spot to 11th. Kyle Segan 12th, Brandon Poole 13th, Ryan Ellis 14th, and Matt DiBenedetto 15th. 16th is Jeremy Clements, Daniel Dye 17th, Jeb Burt 18th, Chris Wright 19th, Blaine Perkins in 20th, 21st for Joey Gase, Christian Eck is 22nd, Nick Lights 23rd, Garrett Smithley 24th, and Mason Massey 25th. Mason Maggio is the first car off the lead lap at 26th. He's 3 laps down. 6 laps down for Austin Hill, still trucking along in 27th. CJ McLaughlin 9 laps down in 28th. 29th on back out of the race. 10 drivers are out so far. Anthony Alfredo scored in 29th. Ryan Sieg 30th. Justin Allgaier 31st. Sheldon Creed 32nd. Sam Smith in 33rd. Catherine Legg 34th. Patrick Staropoli 35th. And 36th, William Sawalich, Parker Retzlaff 37th, and Josh Williams will round out our 38-car field. And the Focus Health 250 at Atlanta Echo Park Speedway. Our live commentary coverage continues. You're listening live on KRC. We'll take another quick break. We'll get our diecast showing out since I didn't get that at the end of stage 2. And we'll end the chat poll here shortly as well. Screen back to the distance. Yeah, I did. I didn't realize I left it too far to the right there. We're back. Obviously, the lead pack in the front 8, you're not going to see that much of a difference on our Delta with those top handful of positions. Drafting style racetrack. Yeah, I didn't end the chat poll or do the diecast showing at the end of stage 2. Chat poll, 278 votes. That's got to be a new record for the Xfinity Series streams, though. At least for this season, I can almost guarantee it. 41% of you took somebody other than Creed, Austin Hill, or Jesse Love to win. Now, Jesse Love's the only one of those cars that are still on the lead lap because of incidences that are taking place tonight. All 3 of them got caught up in an incident. Austin Hill was my pick to win for this evening's race. He's still in it, but again, 6 laps down at 27th because of a fuel pressure issue back in stage 1. Jesse Love is on the lead lap, but just outside the top 10. He's got 13% of the votes. 23% of you took Sheldon Creed from the pole earlier. Looks strong. He still led the most laps, but obviously out of the race. In our diecast showing for tonight, I haven't shown this one off yet. I actually got this when I was at Talladega back in April. And then I went to Texas Motor Speedway the week after that. And I just haven't shown this diecast off on channel. But it is a former Busch Series car. I might have actually put it on camera at the moment. I don't know if you guys could see it or not. But anyway, former Busch Series car. Former championship winning car and championship driver at the Busch Series level. Now the Xfinity Series, it's Kevin Harvick. The AC Delco number 2. This is from 2001. He won the championship that year. Obviously was running full-time in Cup after the passing of Dale Sr. Also had a top 10 points finish in Cup despite missing the Daytona 500. Very impressive rookie season there and still winning the Busch title with everything that was going on for him in his driving career. And obviously now top 10 on the all-time wins list, Cup Series champion. I'd say he had a pretty good career. He'll end up being a first ballot Hall of Famer here when he's on that eligibility list in a couple seasons. But anyway, AC Delco number 2. This is a classic paint scheme really for the Busch Series. Over the years, I'm surprised I didn't have this die-cast yet. And I felt like I either had to get a Boyer or a Harvick one because those were the 2 champions in the Busch Series. And I feel like when I think of this car, I think more Harvick than I do Boyer. So, got the Kevin Harvick. I got a lot of Harvick die-casts already, so this kind of adds to the list. It's actually my second Harvick Busch die-cast because I had a number 21 Reese's Chevrolet from just a couple years later in 2004 as well. And I got the 2001 Goodwrench car, oddly enough, from that season from the Cup Series. So now I got a 2001 Cup and Busch Harvick die-cast. Then I got the Subway car he ran at Bristol when I was there for the night race in 21. I really like that scheme that night, and he got in the altercation with Chase Elliott. I'm like, I gotta get something from this race because I was there for it. So I got the Harvick Subway diecast from that night. That my mom's favorite driver is Kevin Harvick. So that probably also adds into the reason why I've got it. I think Kevin Harvick just had a lot of great paint schemes over the years. His SHR days and his uh, Good Wrench days. I got a Shell Pennzoil 2007 car they won the Daytona 500 with. It's the only Shell diecast I have. I don't have any Joey Logano's. I think if I was to get like another Shell or Pennzoil diecast, it'd probably be like an IndyCar one, a classic, like a Rick Mears or something. But I don't know if I'll get a Logano diecast or not. Oh, I guess I do have a Pennzoil Blaney diecast. I don't know what I was thinking there. Yeah, I got a Pennzoil Ryan Blaney too, 2018. The Roval. All right, back to the action. Almirola still leads. Front group of cars has been caught by Jesse Love. Nobody was really able to hang on to the draft behind Love in that second group, but he has caught the front pack. He got his way around Nick Sanchez, almost got by Brandon Jones. Did not clear high to the outside off of turn 4, though, that last time by. Zilic was able to pull out a line and make a pass on Jones, and him going to the bottom actually really helped for Jesse Love to get just a little bit more momentum once he got down to the inside. He was able to make some moves in and of itself. Zilic making a pass on Harrison Burt through 3 and 4, doing the same thing he did on Brandon Jones a couple laps ago. And again, Jesse Love followed him on the bottom, but Love could not clear high on the 20 or the 25. Should be able to get up in front of the 48 of Sanchez because 48 of Sanchez also went to the bottom. 2 stays down to the bottom again through 1 and 2. Sanchez was staying with him. 25 getting a push from the 20. There's just not enough help down there for Jesse Love at the moment. It was working for the couple of corners that Zilic was down there, and then Zilic got right back to the outside as soon as he found a hole. And Zilic again runs in 5th right behind his teammate Carson Kvapil. Well, we stayed green through the early going of stage 3, and I mentioned at the start of the stage, if they were to stay green to the end of the race, they would be just outside or on the borderline of making it on fuel to the end. This group has to be pushing hard, considering that they're pulling away from the second group of cars, so I can't imagine they're saving a lot. And because Eric Almirola is leading the race, he definitely can't be saving much compared to everybody else who's in the draft and not running as close to 100% throttle as maybe Almirola is. A little bit of a gap starting to bridge right now between the 6th and 7th place cars. Jesse Love was able to get on the outside lane behind Zilic in 6th. And Harrison Burton has dropped back just a little bit, trying to keep pace with these top handful of drivers in front of him. And he is still hanging around enough. I was wondering if he was maybe holding back to try to get a run in the draft, but I think with the 20 and the 48, not being well coordinated back there and kind of running side by side at times, he's not able to get enough of a help from behind to keep him with the front couple of cars. Now he might get a little bit more of a closing rate because Jesse Love pulled to the bottom the last time through 1 and 2 on Zilic to try to make a pass for 5th, and he couldn't do it. Love right back into the outside quickly behind Zilic, and he'll try to build another little bit of a boost. Burton got tag team. Meanwhile, while that was going on in front of him by both Brandon Jones and Sanchez as they both got by him. So now Harrison Burton's back to 9th place. Connor Zilic has the fastest lap so far here tonight, 31.127 on lap 97, which would have been shortly after the most recent restart. Bonus point is awarded to the fastest lap of the race. Harrison Burton almost in danger of losing this lead draft now. A couple of lap cars tailing behind him. It's be a tough break for Burton if he can't keep up. He's definitely fallen well behind the top 8. Brandon Jones pops out of the top lane of the racetrack just to hop right back in it again, and Sanchez will try to cross him over to the inside. Not a great pass attempt there by Jones. Jesse Love on the bottom of 1 and 2, trying to make some headway. He had a major run at the end of the front stretch. He's actually cleared Connor Zilic, but because there wasn't a big enough hole between the 1 of Quapple and the 88 of Zilic, again, he could not slide up into the outside. He's stuck on the bottom for another corner through 3 and 4 as the 20 and the 48 start to bridge the gap closer to the 88. And if Love cannot get back in line quickly to the outside, he's going to end up actually losing at least one position. Back straightaway. Nope, he just side drafts the 19 just a little bit more. Hung on that left rear corner panel just enough. Jones hanging on the right rear corner panel in the middle of 3 and 4. Love still couldn't clear up. And now Sanchez will get by Jesse Love as well. So Love tried to pass Zilic for 5th. Failed to do so. Falls back to 8th at the tail end of this lead line of 8. And Jesse Love's really the only driver who's tried to make any sort of moves in the top half a dozen positions. Honeyman in the second group was able to catch the lone survivor of Harrison Burton, who had fallen off of the lead pack. So Honeyman now moves into 9th place. Burton will fall out of the top 10. Dean Thompson will also get by him. Now a gap starting to form between the 3rd and 4th place cars of Sam Mayer and Carson Quapple. Quapple and Zilic maybe going to try to team up to take these top 3 down. Not yet, at least. They still all stay single file near the wall on the outside of 3 and 4. 39 laps to go this time by at Atlanta. While Almirola and Taylor Gray continue to set the pace of this lead pack. Quapple trying to get some clean air on the nose on the outside lane, just a little bit higher than the front 3 cars in front of him. He's got another surge down the back straightaway, the 88. Giving him a little bit of a push. Front 3 cars have another little bit of a gap, and we have a spinner off turn 4 right in front of the leaders. 91 cars gone around, and that'll bring out a caution with 38 laps to go. So CJ McLaughlin, who was off of the lead lap, spins to bring out our 7th caution of the night. And our first yellow for incident in stage 3. So McLaughlin is around. We'll see if anybody comes in to top off on fuel. Again, that fuel window is going to be tight to the end of the race. But if you pit now, you're for sure good. Caution laps will help save for those who try to stay out and keep track position. Things get calm on the restart again like they just were. It's going to be hard to make up track position even if you're outside the top 3 rows for the next ensuing restart. So it might be worth trying to stay out if you're these front, 3 or 4 cars, because that might be your best chance to win the race. But if you run out of gas, then you're going to end up finishing outside the top 25, which is how many cars we had on the lead lap. Risk versus reward. Now, if you're in a must-win situation to try to make the playoffs for the Xfinity Series field, okay. But we got a lot of bubble drivers up there. Taylor Gray, barely on the inside of the cut line as we run. He came into the day outside the cut line, but with trouble for drivers that were just inside of it coming in. He's having a solid points day thus far. He won a stage already. A lot of stage points at stage 2 as well. Carson Quapple still winless. Sam Mayer still winless. All those guys up in the top 5. Almirola has a win this year in the 6 races he's already ran the Xfinity Series at JGR. He won in that photo finish with Alex Bowman back at Phoenix in March. So as we circuit under caution yet again, we'll wait to see pit road open, which should be this time by. Just a self-spin for McLaughlin towards the bottom of the racetrack off turn 4. Looked like he might have already been on the apron trying to get to pit road and then spun out. I mean, he was pretty low on the racetrack by the time the car looped around. Pit road entrance is towards the entrance of turn 3 here at Atlanta. It did look like the green lights were on. Zilich is pulling in, or at least attempting to. Quapple in front of him will come in. So the top 3 stay out. Jones, Love, Mayer also stay out. And Quapple, Zilich from 4th and 5th are going to come in for fresh tires, top off on fuel, and they won't have to save. They can push hard to the end. And with not that many competitive cars on the lead lap, I think they can get back to where they were running, and maybe the fresh tire advantage is going to be enough for them to try to overcome the odds of those JGR Toyotas having a stranglehold here in stage 3 and try to win the race. Jesse Love is going to be in front of them, but also on older tires. I think it's a good strategy call to pit. There's enough laps left as long as we stay green for most of the rest of the race. Although I don't think tires are going to be on the forefront for the 1. Fuel only stop for Carson Quapple, 5.4 seconds worth of gas. We'll see if the same is going to be said here for the 88. Yeah, Zilich is going to go fuel only too. So these guys are mostly just top it off, fuel only in the pits. Not worried about tires. They don't want to lose too much track position. Here's Burton taking tires, several others. Really only 3 cars went fuel only of those that pitted. Everybody else got to take 4 fresh Goodyears. So this is going to be interesting. A lot of those guys that did pit for tires were not able to keep up with the lead pack of cars that those front 3 were in when they raced off of pit road. So, maybe that's the equalizer to get a much bigger line of cars up at the front to be competitive is the fresh tires versus the old tires for the stronger competitors who will set the pace for the next restart. 35 laps to go. Again, you're listening live. KRC, as our coverage I almost said begins. Continues. It began about 4.5 hours ago, but it continues here on KRC. NASCAR Xfinity Series Racing. Chris MV4, is it over? No, it is not over. It is far from over. We got 35 laps to go under caution. Had the number 25 Folgers coffee diecast. There you go. No idea where it is. Rick Mears is a great guy. Like Harvick from Bakersfield. Yeah, it's amazing how many great race car drivers came from the state of California. Like, even just in NASCAR alone, you got Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, Kevin Harvick, Kyle Larson. These guys are all like elite level NASCAR drivers that all came from the state of California. It's California, North Carolina, and that's pretty much it. There's some from Florida. Florida's on the tier, but it's mainly California, North Carolina. Florida is the step above everywhere else, and then after Florida, it's just everywhere else around the country. Kind of just randomly spieled across every state. Because then North Carolina, you got, the Earnhardts, the Pettys. I think Pearson was from South Carolina. I don't think he was from North Carolina. William Byron, he's got nearly 20 wins in the Cup Series now. He's from North Carolina. Lights are out on the pace car. We'll be going green with 33 laps to go at Atlanta. The JGR Toyotas are all lined up on the outside, all 3 of them. Almirola, Gray, and Jones. Down on the bottom is going to be Sam Mayer in the inside of row 1. Green flag is back in the air. Mayer's got Thompson and DiBenedetto behind him. Sanchez 3 wide on the restart. He just pitted. He wants this track position back in a hurry. Forces DiBenedetto in the middle. Jones on the outside 3 wide. He's losing spots. Great restart by Sanchez. He's already up to 5th. And now he jumps into the outside lane as it gets broken up on the bottom. The 26 and the 41 are side by side. They make a little contact at the end of the back straightaway into 3. We race on. Zilich up the middle between the 26 and the 99. Going to get tight off turn 4. He's going to get a push from Leland Honeyman to try to get him forward in the right direction. He's cleared the 26 down low. Still 3 wide back around the 26, 70, and the 20. Carson Quapple's now 3 wide middle. Kind of following the 70 and the 88 that were ahead of him. Quapple gets to the outside. Zilich is going to have a hole to get to the outside behind Jesse Love in the 2. Had a chance, but the hole closed up so quickly. So Zilich is actually still stuck on the bottom through 3 and 4, and he doesn't have any help around him. An aggressive move to go up the middle to pick up track position. Got it for the short term, but the long term might be paying the repercussions. Carson Quapple up on the outside, not going to let his teammate in. Burton had a moment with Dean Thompson. That opens up a gap for Zilich to finally move into the outside lane. But he fell all the way back into the 12th place position before he was able to get to the outside. Almirola Gray still lead the field just as they did before that last restart. Nick Sanchez, who's plenty good on gas to the end of the race, topped off on fuel, is already up to 3rd. He was in 8th before the caution came out. So not only he was able to top off on fuel, but because of how great his restart was, he is now up to 3rd. He actually gained track position while taking fuel versus the 2 cars in front of him. Had to save during the caution. Not going to be able to save as much with the pressure from drivers who just pitted behind them. Did they save enough during the yellow to make it to the end of the race? And Almirola especially, because he's been leading for a large majority of Stage 3. He has not been able to save as much during green flag conditions as Gray behind him. He's really only had the caution to lean on for the fuel measuring. Nick Sanchez lurking to the bottom of the track, and the caution's out again. 29 laps to go. The caution flag is out again. And it might be the 53 this time. Saw a piece of debris down the back straightaway coming out from underneath the Mason Maggio's car. Not sure what it was, but caution flag is out. Cause of it is Mason Maggio at the back of the pack. This is now our 8th caution of the race after we only had about 3 or 4 laps of green flag racing there before the next caution. It looks like there's a tire carcass also on the outside of the racetrack, which probably came from the 53 as well. So 8 yellows here tonight in the NASCAR Xfinity Series race at Atlanta. A long night. Here on the East, we have now reached Saturday. Race started on a Friday evening. It is now Saturday, just after midnight Eastern time. So I guess later today, we will have more live commentary coverage. About 13 hours from now, we'll start our Craftsman Truck Series race coverage at Lime Rock Park. Road course race for the Truck Series, their 2nd road race of the season. It'll be the first ever top 3 or a NASCAR Premier Series race at Lime Rock. I guess ARC is there this weekend as well. Good for them. Mike Joy's supposed to be on the Fox broadcast tomorrow. A local Fox affiliate, by the way, for that truck race, if you're wondering where to watch visually. Obviously, again, right here on the channel, we'll be live for that, 1 p.m. Eastern. And we'll begin things with our pre-race coverage at 6:30 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night for the NASCAR Cup Series race stream. We'll do our usual pre-race stuff. We got a little bit more to add with the pre-race because of the in-season tournament challenge. I'll go through my bracket, each head-to-head matchup. We'll do some NASCAR trivia on the NASCAR Sporkle, as you saw during the course of the red flag period we had today for lightning. I usually do that during weather delays, and I do one quiz before the start of every NASCAR Cup race. I'll go through the in-depth predictions for who I think can compete for the win in tomorrow's race based off of prior track success at Atlanta, how they've been performing on super speedways or drafting style ovals so far this season, and etc. We'll highlight the fantasy league. We'll go through the starting lineup, the points, and how that is shaped up through the first 17 races coming into this weekend. And then we get the race started. We got 400 miles of Quaker State 400 tomorrow. Should be a fun one. This new Atlanta is vastly turning into one of my favorite racetracks on the circuit. Every time we race here, it's just so much going on at once. It's honestly hard for me to call these races because there's so much happening in the middle of the pack. It's a little easier on the Xfinity and the Truck Series side because they don't race quite as tightly compacted together. I mean, we're seeing it tonight. Obviously, a lot of good cars were wrecked out early, so that probably kind of diminished the amount of competitive cars competing for the win today, but not as likely for like an underdog winner here at Atlanta. I say that now until things get nutty down the stretch here, but competitiveness wise in the Xfinity and Truck Series field is not as deep from top to bottom as it is in the Cup Series. In the Cup Series, they use the full super speedway package with the tapered spacer in the next gen car, the higher drag, more drafting effects essentially with that car than what you see with the kind of modified truck and Xfinity package that they use for these super speedway or drafting style ovals. They don't have the full restrictor plate package that you would see at Daytona or Talladega for the Xfinity series. They have a lot lower downforce with these cars, not as much on the high downforce side of things. But anyway, that's all to cover still on the channel for tomorrow. And I think we're going to have a great race tomorrow. Hopefully we have a great finish for tonight's Xfinity race as well. We'll take a quick break while we're under caution again. Once more, you're listening live NASCAR Xfinity Series race coverage on KRC. TV channel cut for some reason. That sucks. Yeah, luckily, the only issues I've had with the CW this year have literally only been the last 2 weeks with audio, but at least the visuals are there, which is all I ask for. They're queuing in on a fan in the grandstands who has fallen asleep in his seat. And the lady next to him, oh, I thought she was sleeping too. I thought she was sleeping with her head down. She might have dozed off for a couple seconds. That guy is out, though. He's got his head, like, on the back of the bench, looking up at the sky with his eyes closed. Like, he's beat. Imagine, like, staying through the lightning delay, and then you get to the end of the race just to fall asleep anyway. That would actually kind of suck. Just miss everything that happened. It would have been a lot more comfortable sleep in his bed had he, missed the race that way rather than being there. It'd actually be kind of cool. I wonder if he can hear everything going on with the race, so as he's sleeping, he's just dreaming of what's actually happening. What channel did the Xfinity race move to? It's not on CW anymore. I don't know. I still have it on the CW here. So I have no clue for you guys that might have lost the Xfinity Series race coverage. I still have it, so I don't know what to tell you for the visual side of things of where you can watch there. Now the race is not finished. We are still running. We're gonna have 24 laps to go on the restart. And it's still Almirola and Gray leading the way on the outside of row number 1. Jesse Love will be inside of row 2. He's just slowly trucked his way through the field with that damaged race car. He has not led yet in tonight's race. He's been close, but he hasn't quite led. We'll see if he can get to the front of the field here shortly as he tries to go for his second career win at Atlanta. Actually, his first at Atlanta. He's come close to winning here a couple times, but hasn't done it yet. Green flag is back in the air. Almirola needs that push from his teammate Taylor Gray, needing to stay clear of Nick Sanchez down low on the bottom. Sanchez holding in tight with the cars to the outside. Jesse Love closing to the back of the 48. He's going to give him a push down the back straightaway. Nose to nose for the lead. 19 up high, the 48 down low. Oh, Love poked out a line. I thought he was going to try to take it 3 wide for a moment there. Might have broke the momentum up to the inside enough that Almirola is clear up high off turn 4. Sanchez is going to have to be aggressive with the side draft to keep the momentum from the outside trailing forward so he keeps from losing positions and can keep the momentum up in the front pack simultaneously while doing that. He's got the advantage through 1 and 2. A lot of speed. He's pulled right back along the race leader of Almirola for a brief moment, but he's not hanging on that left rear corner panel of the side draft to this point. Couple of cautions we've seen now in this stage. I would like to think those JGR Toyotas and then the 41 of Sam Mayer who stayed out of the pits to keep track position. Although they're lighter on fuel to the end of the race, if we don't go past the scheduled distance, I do think that they will be good on fuel to the end. Nick Sanchez trying to go for his first career win. He has a couple of wins in the Truck Series on drafting ovals at Daytona and Talladega. Obviously, has not won at the Xfinity Series level yet. But here he is in contention tonight at Atlanta. Scored a lot of stage points already and now going for the race win. 21 laps to go. Now he's starting to side draft the 19. And the 19 will side draft him right back as they get into turn 1. Jesse Love and Connor Zilic on the inside are tightly behind the 48. Jesse Love closes back straightaway. Keeping the energy up for the 48 out in front of the pack. He's got just a strong enough car that can compete with these JGR Toyotas at the front of the field. And how about Leland Honeyman? Out of nowhere, jumping up into the outside lane right in front of Sam Mayer behind the 54 and the 19. That inside line starts to fade just a little bit. Can Honeyman move up into third? He's kind of been flirting in the back half of the top 10 most of the night. Oh, Sanchez is clear. Off turn 2. He pulls up and he's in front of the 19. Finally, great battle for the lead. And Sanchez, the rookie, is now out in front. Ray goes up to block Honeyman on the outside. That stalls out the outside lane a little bit. The 19 and the 48 are on an island. And that makes for the 2 and the 88 down low on the bottom. They're now side by side with the leaders. Jesse Love with his nose out in front as they enter turn 1. Sanchez in the 48 still leads the outside. The 88 down the back straightaway will side draft the 19 for second. Love, a heavy side draft on our leader. Taylor Gray gets loose. The 70 all over his back bumper. He makes a save, but the 70 moves up another spot in line. We stay green and kind of bottleneck the outside up from about the 5th or 6th row on back. Still tightly door to door in the front couple of rows of cars in the beginning of the pack. 17 and a half laps to go now at Atlanta. Zilic and Love again are the 2 cars leading the bottom. The 2 cars on the top are Sanchez and Almirola. Carson Kvapil has jumped up into the outside lane. He's the 3rd car in line behind the 19 of Almirola. Jesse Love will lead that last lap at the line. That was the final lap. That's all he would have needed to do for the race win. Right now, he would like to pull clear of the leaders if possible, but he hasn't had that opportunity yet. He's losing quite a bit of momentum down the back straightaway. Sanchez is clear again as he stays on the outside. He's not going to cover the bottom into turn 3. Jesse Love will close back on him just a bit. Off the exit of the corner, I'm sure Love is going to be aggressive with the side draft down the front stretch this time. Not quite. He actually had his nose out in front at the start-finish line yet again, despite all the ground he lost down the back straightaway. Almirola gets tight in that outside line. He was trying to get close behind the 48 off turn 2. You could tell he had to lift. And now the 1's going to push him. And the 1 pushes him into the 48. And now the 19 with the push to the 48 will try to keep Sanchez out in front of the field. He doesn't want that 2 car to clear, because if Jesse Love clears, then that puts Almirola 3rd in line on the outside. And if Zilic and Mayer pull up along the bottom, then Almirola's still boxed in, and his chances of winning the race are going to get slimmer and slimmer. So he has to be aggressive, staying to the back of this 48 car. And at some point, if he can push him and himself clear of the cars on the bottom, then he can pull out a line and make a move for himself and try to get back in control of this race in the late going. Yeah, our leaderboard is behind. Let me refresh it real quick. Thanks for letting me know in the chat. Oh, that didn't work. I'm sorry about the raw feed issues. It's that kind of a night, I guess. I got technical issues on the raw feed on NASCAR.com. Try to log on to it on a different page. 13 laps to go, meanwhile. Nick Sanchez is leading. He has pulled clear of Jesse Love for the time being as they get into turns 1 and 2. Now Love has to battle for second with Eric Almirola in the 19. I don't know what's going on with the leaderboard. I apologize for anybody that is watching. There are no visuals at the moment. Currently, the top 5 as we run has Nick Sanchez in the lead, Jesse Love second, Eric Almirola in third. It's side by side really for second. Then it's side by side for fourth between Connor Zilic, who has a spot for the moment, and Carson Kvapil. So that is the top 5. 12 laps to go. Our off feed is down at the moment. I don't know what just happened. It froze at lap 56 in the stage, and then I refreshed the page and just went away. And now we're under caution again. And I'm not sure what the yellow's for this time. Trouble for the 91 again. Second consecutive caution that CJ McLaughlin has brought out. This one is with 11 laps to go. It's the third time he's made some sort of contact with the wall. Second incident of the day, and this time he's just pulling it into the garage. So I believe only 2 cautions in, actually 3 cautions. 3 cautions in stage 3. No, it was 2. I had it right. 2 cautions in this stage, and both of them were for... No, Nick Sanchez had a spin, that's right. I actually forgot Sanchez spun in this race, and he's leading. Trying to go for a spin and win, I guess. Sanchez had a spin in the stage, and then 2 other cautions. The most recent 2 were for the 91 of CJ McLaughlin. Yeah, Nick Sanchez is out in front. Jesse Love was caught up in an incident. And he is in second at the time of the yellow. Yeah, I've got nothing on NASCAR.com at the moment. Let me try to just completely log out of the website, log back in. It's the only other thing I can do on my end. So circuiting under yellow, 10 laps left. Sanchez is out in front. Austin Hill going to get the free pass. I'm not sure how many laps down he is, but it's still at least a few. And Nick Sanchez is out in front of the field. The rookie trying to lock his way into the Xfinity Series playoff field. He's got Jesse Love, a multiple-time Super Speedway winner at the Xfinity level behind him. Eric Almirola, multiple-time Super Speedway drafting style oval winner in the Cup Series level in third. Then another rookie, Carson Kvapil in fourth. Another rookie, Connor Zilic in fifth. Sixth place is Sam Mayer. Leland Honeyman is seventh. Taylor Gray eighth. Daniel Dye ninth. Brandon Jones in 10th. 11th is Jeremy Clements. Harrison Burton 12th. Dean Thompson 13th. Matt DiBenedetto 14th. Kyle Seagan 15th. Brennan Poole 16th. Chris Wright 17th. 18th for Joey Gase. Ryan Ellis 19th. 20th is Jeb Burton. Nick Lights 21st. Mason Massey 22nd. Christian Eck is 23rd. 24th for Blaine Perkins. And 25th is Garrett Smithley. That's all the leaderboard that they show right now in the CW is the top 25 under caution. But that is where the top 25 are running, and all of which I believe are still in this race. And I think they're all on the lead lap, all 25 of them. Some with damage, obviously have not been able to keep up with the lead pack, but I believe they're all on the lead lap. See if they get the one to go signal this time. Probably not yet. Nope, not yet. I think they just opened pit road. So we're probably only going to have like 6 or 7 laps left in the race by the time we get back to racing. Raw feed is out. I'm sorry that the leaderboard did what it did. I don't know what's going on NASCAR.com. But we've lost our usual leaderboard. All right. Once again, thank you for everybody tuning in. Very late night here on a Friday. We're past the midnight hour. or we're in the midnight hour, but we're past midnight here on the East. And what was once Friday is now Saturday as we continue our live commentary coverage. Been a long one. Had a couple hour lightning delay in the late going of stage one. We had about a 45 to 50 minute hold at the beginning of the race also for lightning. No precipitation dropped on the racetrack. We never lost the racetrack, just having to hold out for thunderstorms in the Hampton, Georgia area. Most of those storms were heading downtown Atlanta to the north, but luckily stayed north enough that we didn't lose the track. We were able to get this race in still tonight once the lightning had cleared out of the area. And now we're about to finish this race here, hopefully sometime soon. And we will have exactly 7 laps to go on the restart because the field is getting the 1 to go signal this time by. We'll take a quick break here while we have another lap of caution as we continue the finish of tonight's Focused Health 250 at Atlanta right here on the channel. So Austin Hill won the spring race earlier this season, so Jesse Love trying to get the RCR sweep for the Xfinity Series race at the Atlanta. Well, at that time it was the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Now it's Echo Park Speedway. This race is. But here at Atlanta, that hole in the nose of the 2, he's been able to lead a couple of laps under green flag conditions, but he hasn't been able to pull clear for the lead. Leading the line at the front of the pack has been difficult for Jesse Love, but if he can get enough help, maybe he could do it. And he doesn't have to pull clear the 48. If he could stay alongside of him, he's beaten him back to the line a couple times. That's all he would need to do in a last lap scenario. Had some photo finishes at Atlanta under multiple configurations of this racetrack now. We could see another one here today. 7 laps to go in the restart. Again, it's Love on the inside of row 1. The control car on the outside is Nick Sanchez. Green flag is back in the air here at Echo Park Speedway. Field rushes down into turn 1. Great push on the bottom lane behind Love by Carson Kvapil. And Jesse Love is clear off of turn 2 for the lead. Kvapil still on his back bumper. They might be both clear, and they are. So Love leads. Kvapil second. Big run for the 48 of Sanchez with help from the 19. He moves to the inside, got loose, kept his foot in the throttle. And he's able to get back into second as he slides just narrowly across the nose of the 1 of Carson Kvapil. And now a quick cut to the bottom of the racetrack again. At the start-finish line, he's underneath Jesse Love. And Sanchez, after falling out of the lead, back to third, is back out in front again here at Atlanta. And he's followed by the 1 and the 19, who also get by Jesse Love. Love is now the 4th car in line on the outside. Zilich leads the bottom, but he's only alongside the 19 for third, while the top 2 run nose to tail at the front of the field. Sanchez and Kvapil, 2 rookies who have never won at this level. And another rookie who has won 3 times at this level, twice this year, Connor Zilich, now pulls to the inside of his JRM teammate Carson Kvapil. 5 laps to go, turns 1 and 2, Sanchez leads, the 88 and the 1, side draft as they slow each other up. This allows Sanchez to get quite a hefty lead as they head for the back straightaway. He doesn't want to get too far out ahead, otherwise the runs from behind will become greater and greater if the 88 or the 1 could separate from one another. 1 car sliding in the middle of the pack was Leland Honeyman. He keeps it going in the right direction. Falls out of the top 10. We stay green, still 4 to go. Kvapil on the outside, getting a push from the 19 of Eric Almirola. He's narrowly clear by the time they got on the entry point to turn 1 on Zilich to the bottom. He'll get another push from Almirola on the back straightaway, but Zilich is still holding on strong, at least enough to hang with the 1 for second place. Jesse Love in the middle, 3 wide, is going backwards again with no drafting help. After quickly getting to the lead on the restart, he is now back to about 7th or 8th. 3 laps to go for Sanchez. He's still clear, and now the 1 clears the 88. Zilich side drafts for 3rd on Eric Almirola. Sam Mayer in this front 5 as well. A bit of a gap back to 6th now, where Taylor Gray runs. Sanchez's job is to block the 1, and the 1 going to try to create some sort of a run to get to the 48. The 19 has cleared the 88 of Zillich, so there's a very good possibility that somebody's going to get a big push here sometime soon. 2 laps to go. Into turn 1. Almirola is going to pull out a line from 3rd. Sam Mayer did not go with him, though, and Almirola, if he doesn't clear for 2nd, is going to get hung out to dry. He tried to squeeze the one up high, and he couldn't do it. Now he side drafts him on the back straightaway, and that didn't work either. Quapple is clear for 2nd. To the bottom of the track, he gets blocked by Nick Sanchez. They'll be coming to the white flag this time, 1 lap to go. Sanchez leads. Quapple 2nd. Sam Mayer is now 3rd. Almirola falls to 5th. He gets split 3 wide as they go into turn 1. Quapple will now take a peek to the outside. No room there. Drives in the middle line. Sanchez mirror driving now down the back straightaway for the final time. Car length and a half gap as they enter turn 3. Quapple trying to get some help from Sam Mayer, but it's not there. Nick Sanchez off the exit of turn 4 to the start-finish line is going to hold on, and Nick Sanchez is going to win his first career NASCAR Xfinity Series race. And the 48 team, the little team that could, if you would, is now in the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs. We've seen Parker Kligerman come so close to winning on these style of racetracks when he was in his short tenure in that car over the last couple of seasons. And Nick Sanchez, who has gotten it done in the Truck Series level at Daytona and Talladega, now gets his first win at Atlanta in the Xfinity Series. And Big Machine Racing is in the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs, but this time it's with a win. First career win for Sanchez. He had a spin earlier in stage 3. Didn't matter. Put fresh tires back on the car. Looked strong down the stretch. For a moment, it looked like he was struggling to hold on to that lead pack at times when they were an 8-car group middle of stage 3, but he was one of the few that pitted for tires, and that final stop didn't go fuel only, and obviously they prevailed in doing so, and were able to hold off a hard-charging Carson Quapple. On that last lap of the race, Sam Mayer trying to help him, and those 2 cars just weren't enough to take down Sanchez here tonight. Well, there's the fireworks. You can hear the team celebrating with the 48. We're going to get an interview here on the CW. I don't know if you guys are going to be able to listen to it, but we'll see if we can maybe hear the speakers at the racetrack enough to kind of get this interview with Nick Sanchez. We'll be capturing the checkered flag on the front stretch. Dylan Welch on the interview for CW. I can faintly hear, but I don't know if my mic is going to pick it up on stream. Well, now the cars are drowning out whatever little bit of the interview you might have been able to hear there. I don't think you guys were going to be able to hear it on the mic, unfortunately. But, yeah, I mean, Nick Sanchez, congratulations, able to get the win. A lot of cars taken out of that big one back at stage 1 that could have been competitors for the race. We'll never know, but he was able to capitalize on it. He had a spin earlier in the stage. He had a great final restart. I mean, he got beat initially by both Jesse Love and Carson Quapple. They were able to clear high off turn 2 on the initial restart with 7 laps to go. He picks off the one of Quapple through turns 3 and 4 on that same lap. And then through 1 and 2, able to make the pass for the race lead and eventually the race win because they were never able to get back around him with 6 laps to go. And Nick Sanchez, a winner here in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. He's the 180th driver to ever win a NASCAR Xfinity Series race. We had that quiz during the rain delay earlier where we had 179 we had to guess, so that's how I know that stat. 180th driver to ever win a NASCAR Xfinity race. And congratulations to him. Oh, geez. Well, now the raw feed's working as the check. Well, no, it's not working because Eric Almirola didn't win. Let me refresh here. Wonder if I can get the finishing results. Good results now. Okay, so I do have the finishing results for this race today. Margin of victory about 1/10 of a second. I don't have the other race stats off the top of my head. I think there were 8 cautions if I remember correctly. 8 cautions. A few more than that on the lead changes. Just over 50 laps of yellow total in today's 163 lap, 250 mile race. But again, Nick Sanchez with the win. He led 18 laps, scored quite a few stage points, but most importantly, gets the race win. Congratulations to him once again. Carson Kvapil finishing second tonight. Rookies 1-2 in the running order. Sam Mayer finishing third. Connor Zilic fourth. Another top 5 for him. Taylor Gray rounds out the top 5 and 5th. He also won stage 1 in tonight's race. Jesse Love finishes in 6th with a beaten and battered race car. Eric Almirola 7th. Daniel Dye in 8th. Kyle Sieg with a top 10 and 9th. Jeremy Clements rounding out the top 10 in 10th. Dean Thompson 11th. Leland Honeyman in 12th. Harrison Burton 13th. Brandon Jones 14th. And Matt DiBenedetto 15th. Jeb Burton 16th. Brendan Poole 17th. Joey Gase 18th. Christian Eckes 19th. And Mason Massey in 20th. Ryan Ells 21st, Blaine Perkins 22nd, Garrett Smithley 23rd, Nick Lights 24th, and Chris Wright 25th. 26th for Austin Hill, Mason Maggio 27th was the last car running on the racetrack. I believe 25 cars finished on the lead lap in this one. CJ McLaughlin pulled off the track late. He was one of 11 drivers who failed to finish the race today. He finishes 28th. Anthony Alfredo 29th, Ryan Sieg 30th. A lot of these guys taken out from the big one. Alfredo was taken out in the big one. Same for Ryan Sieg in 30th. Justin Allgaier 31st. Sheldon Creed 32nd. Sammy Smith 33rd. Catherine Legg 34th. Patrick Staropoli 35th. So those 7 all failed to finish from that same wreck. There were a couple other cars that were also involved but finished the race well off of the pace but on the lead lap. Like Christian Eckes, who had a lot of damage from that wreck. Perkins had some damage from an earlier wreck before that. And there might have even been a few others in there. Jesse Love had been involved in that same incident, but he was able to somehow keep himself on the lead lap. Great job by that team, whatever adjustments or repairs they were able to make. Apparently, he didn't have as much damage as I initially thought he would have, and he was able to finish 6th. Anyway, outside of Staropoli, the last 3 drivers in the finishing order, they wrecked out in the first incident of stage 1 back at about lap 3 or 4. Those drivers, William Sawalich finishing 36th tonight, Parker Retzlaff 37th, and Josh Williams last in 38th. So that is the finishing order. Fastest laps of the race. I don't know what that means. It says 4, 5, 4. I don't know what that entails. I think Connor Zilic had the fastest lap of the race still. I'm not going to be able to see that on the finishing results. Oh, hang on. Well, I could if I look at the actual lap time. 31.13. Let's see if he still had that. 1.5, 1.8, 1.7. 31.08. Who is that? Matt DiBenedetto. I think Matt DiBenedetto had the fastest. Oh, 06. Austin Hill. Okay, I think that's what the blue icon's for. So Austin Hill, after the fuel pump issues, he still had the fastest lap of the race. So what could have been for him, he had a clean car, stayed out of trouble, but fuel pressure issues back in stage 1 is the reason why he finished a handful of laps down in 26th. Here at his home track, could not go for the Atlanta sweep this season in the Xfinity Series, but he had the fastest lap again, 31.06. So that is going to round out our finishing order, and that wraps up tonight's live commentary stream for the NASCAR Xfinity Series Focused Health 250. Just over 5 hours of commentary here for this Xfinity Series race with the lengthy delays both in the middle and in the pre-race. But appreciate everybody staying tuned in live all the way through it. We had quite a few people. You know what's even better? We get to do it all over again tomorrow. NASCAR Cup Series racing at Atlanta at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. Don't forget the Truck Series have a standalone race at Lime Rock Park tomorrow afternoon, so we'll have a doubleheader on the channel again tomorrow. We had the doubleheader today with Cup qualifying and Xfinity Series racing, and now we have a doubleheader tomorrow with truck racing at 1 p.m. at Lime Rock Park, and again the Cup Series race at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. You'll get to listen to driver interviews of those races. I'm sure the audio will be working for Fox and for TNT. For some reason on my end, in the Toledo, Ohio area region, CW Sports hasn't had audio for the commentary side of things. So again, sorry you can't hear any of the post-race interviews. We're gonna have to keep this abbreviated tonight, but it is getting late anyway. I really wish you guys could have heard Nick Sanchez's interview at least. So you'll have to go online and catch that later on. Thanks for watching. See you guys tomorrow night. If you're new to the channel, be sure to subscribe if you haven't yet for more NASCAR content like this every NASCAR race weekend. Live commentary streams for practice and qualifying for the Cup Series, as well as the Truck, Xfinity, and Cup races every weekend on the channel, except for races I go to in person. In the event of that happening, I usually am still live for the Truck and Xfinity races that weekend, just not for the Cup because I'm at the track for the Cup race Sunday. And in the event of that happening, there's still race highlights from the grandstands that are uploaded later that night as well. Thank you all again so much for your appreciation and support. See you tomorrow. And doubleheader, more racing. We're about 12 hours away from the truck race already, so I'm going to get some shut-eye. And then I got to get my notes ready for the Cup race tomorrow night. Thank you, everybody.